Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to more NECC Overwatch action. It's week 7, and there's been a bit of a mix-up on the lineup. We had to call in a favor, get FBI Tugboat on the cast with me this week. Tugboat, how you feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling great. Feeling good. Great. Getting ready to go in. Little collegiate Overwatch action starting in just a little bit. I am in my happy place. What can I say, Chase?
I completely agree. I'm also in my happy place. And hopefully the Eastern Eagles Maroon team is finding their happy places tonight. They're going up against State University of New York at Potsdam in the Navigators Northeast Division. The record's been a little weird between these two teams. The Eastern Eagles Maroon roster currently 1-4 in their season, coming off a loss last week to ONEY Vermilion B, and SUNY coming off a loss last week to AMCAT Overwatch. So very excited to see how these teams go into this week because this could be a determinant of whether or not they make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, week 7, let's not fool ourselves here, Chase. We are getting solidly through the regular season with those playoffs just on the horizon. They can basically taste it. The outcome of the day here within the Navigators division and whatnot is going to put a foot forward. It's going to let a team kind of have that mental to go forth, take this one. Neither teams with a positive record, and both of them really need this one. Go forth, have a playoff record capability.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what we have over on the rosters for
Yep.
each team. First, we're looking at Eastern Esports. We got Stormy, Chef Boyar B, Selv 10, and Astral Ban. What do we have over on the side of State University of New York?
Taking a look, there's Queen of Ashes. That is Luwathy. That is Royal Gamer, Lily, and Mochi Bento. Mochi Bento. I have no idea what that means, but I like the sound of it. Mochi Bento. Just like we always do, for picking best name in the lobby, I'm going to have to go Mochi Bento. Or that's what I would say if I didn't know that it was Astral's birthday. Happy birthday, Astralis. Happy birthday. Not sure how old you're turning, but happy birthday. Make this day your own. And if you're SUNY Potsdam, hey, you got to crash the party. You gotta flip the cake over, right? You got to take a W on Astral's birthday, right?
Absolutely no. That's what I hope we see. It'd be very awkward if they were like, it's his birthday. We gotta call it, right? We
Yeah, it's a
what are we
forfeit.
doing? It's instant FF.
Yeah, right. Yeah, none of that. None of that. We're seeing how this one goes here on the day. We have Elios up front and first. From here, correct me if I'm wrong, Chase, but loser will pick map, winner will pick the side, the offense or defense that they want to play from.
Correct. So moving forward after the first map, we will see control, escort, hybrid, then back to control, hybrid, and then escort if we go further down that path. But I don't see it getting
Yep.
that far. It generally doesn't.
I have casted a lot of Overwatch too. I have not casted a tie yet in this game, but it's always important to have that 6-1 in there. And the differentiation between first to 3 and best of 5. Best of 5 means, hey, you can end to 2-2 if you want to. First to 3 obviously means the first to take that third map. We will be looking at up close and personal, Elios. The good thing is, folks, is that we are in a state where there is not one clear-cut meta right here. Ramattra obviously incredibly strong. Doomfist has been coming through and showing their ugly head many times in compositions. But especially if this first one is well, then hey, you're even looking at a possible Roadhog type composition. 6 shots in that scrap gun right here, and pulls for environmental kills. Really just depends on what the first map rotation on this Elios is.
Yeah, absolutely. We could also see some Reinhardt, right? You can stop the charge now, so getting him
Oh yeah.
in that hole is a lot easier to do. But we're heading straight into maps, so we're going to see very briefly what we have on the horizon.
Yeah, so CLEV10, Chef Boyardee, Astralban, and Stormy making up your Eastern Eagles squad here in the Navigators, division. Luwathy, Royal Gamer, Mochi Bento, Lily, and Queen of Ashes. Making up your SUNY Potsdam squad. I like the Anna a lot. I like the entirety of the SUNY Potsdam squad already.
Completely likewise. I also like what they're pulling out here. Very interesting running this Bastion on this point. They're probably going to look for a corner to try to hold down this point as much as possible.
Lubuthi here for the Ashe as well. They'll be taking a lot of these Mercy damage boosts. Her buff coming in so that she heals a little bit faster when a player is low. Chef Boyardee, that's going to be the Roadhog right here, and boop capability from Selvi. See how this one goes. Shots out initially. Thank you to our production staff on the day. That is Lottie, I believe. That is Bryce. That is Hippie. And that's everybody else over there at the NECC helping behind the scenes making this one possible. Love the overhead. 10, finding a Lily pick first. No res for you, my friends. The Bear's going to be fighting this one at a disadvantage.
Massive disadvantage. I mean, being down a healer in Overwatch 2 is absolutely crucial. If you're going to have any of your players up, obviously you're looking at your tank first, but healing is an absolute crucial role keeping the team alive, especially with the Bastion on the other side of the field. Dorisa's not gonna be able to stand much longer.
No, they are not. A little bit of back and forth right here. That's going to be the Maroon Eagles. Nice pull, but Lubuthi actually getting the res in the thick of things. Chef Boyardee just getting ran down by this Battle Cattle. That's Orisa now. 24-25. This is pressure still on. This is an incredibly long team fight. Attempted hook, not going to land. ZLV is already at ultimate, basically. Already at ultimate.
Yeah, 10 getting that pick earlier on Lily was crucial for the Eastern Eagles Maroon roster to get this pick early and get 40% on the board.
Running it down mid right here. Chef Boyardee finds one, but that's going to be the javelin right to the chest there for Mochi Bento, and the SUNY Potsdam Bears going to be taking this one back just outside 50%.
That's a fun name, SUNY Potsdam Bears.
It is.
Not many bear mascots either. So looking at potentially getting their first win of the season, SUNY Potsdam had an unfortunate FF a couple weeks ago. They've had a couple of reschedules, lost their footing a little bit this season, but this week hoping to bring it back.
Ooh, Chef Boyardee getting this one going early, but that's going to be more so the Orisa until 10's got something to say about it. That's 10 with the "You are Finn." You're donezo. That's what she said. That's going to be the psychology senior out of Eastern Eagles, and I was not making like the "that's what she said" joke. You understand what I'm saying?
I understood what you said. Yeah, I get where you're coming from because it's a she, and that's a really good point. A majority of the roster of the Eastern Eagles squad is actually female players, which is an underrepresented sort of demographic in esports right now. So that's very rare you see a team full of girls, which is awesome. And I think that I would love to see them take this win out and make a playoff run. As we talked about earlier, it's going to be crucial for this game.
Well, here's the tire. No! That's 10. It looked like it was the Roadhog right there that took it. Credit goes on to 10. Stormy, nasty headshot is Lubuthi. She is going forth and just absolutely expressing her dominance over this game thus far. Nasty purple. That's only on to the Bastion, though. Again, I thought that was going to be the Roadhog involved. It's twice now I thought the Roadhog was involved, and they were not. SUNY Potsdam, the Bears, take this one back.
Yeah, they take it back, but very briefly, as it seems they're going to go for a really sick Deadeye on the corner. It's going to hit 10. They're right around even in this fight. Chef Boyardee getting pocketed by Lily might be just, or Astral Band might be just enough for the Eagles to hold.
Nicely done, Chef Boyardee. Finding another one, just sending them right on down to their deaths. It's environmental kills. Everyone dies immediately, even or temporarily mortal. Lily, right here. He's been doing a fantastic job, but can't get away from that with their lives. That's going to be Astral Band as well. The birthday girl, no, birthday boy, excuse me. I'm trying here. Birthday boy taken out. Lubuthi as well. That is Chef Boyardee continuing on once again. Nasty environmental. This one's still going down. The Eastern Eagles flying high in game number 1.
And they're stooping low for these
what?
boots.
I think Stormy thought this one was over.
Stormy?
Stormy, I think Stormy I think Stormy thought that this one was over coming into this one. Then it was just, oh hey, you know, it's whatever. CLP again, you know, like, nobody can stay alive on this one. Yeah, Lubuthi right there. They go right on down with the rest of them. CELV. We can have that ultimate on
And it's
board,
gonna
but taken
flip!
out, can't get it quite yet. Back and forth we go. I do not worry, we're gonna stop.
Wow, the point is actually going
Another
to
pull,
flip.
dude,
We were
another
not
pull.
expecting this. The Bears coming ahead now, 99-99, and it's a pretty even fight. Chef Boy RB
Got a
is
pull,
actually gonna get a good pull and another pull
Nope,
coming through
Lily
with the
got out.
teleport.
Lily got out. Yep, Lily got the swift step on out. If they, yeah, this is fantastic awareness. The sleep all the way down. Oh no, they woke up CLV as they were coming back down right there. If you'd have just waited to get damage, CLV would be donezo right now. A fantastic sleep there from Queen of Ashes. As she does follow to CLV and this Pharah up top. Yet again, attempted boop, not going to matter. There's a couple artillery shells landing. Chef Boyardee finds a lot, but it's going to be Stormy that falls out right there, and they can't go back to this one. The Bears strike first on Ilios.
In the moment the Astral Ban was taken out, we saw the Roadhog step off point, and just in that split second, it was enough for the Bears to take it. Coming from an underdog perspective, that was a slobber knocker of a point, Tugboat.
Yes, they were. Yes, it was. That was crazy stuff back and forth here. I mean, this is more like a game that came all the way down to the somebody just stepped off for a second, right? Like it seemed like somebody from both teams was on this point the entirety of that map after the first 20 seconds or so. It just happened to be Potsdam. The Bears kind of standing supreme after that one. See how this one goes here on Ruins. Wait. Yes, on Ruins, sorry.
Yep, on Ruins, absolutely. Pushing into point two, they're going to make a switch up. You talked about this Ramatra earlier. I feel like Orisa is a pretty good counter up to a point, but really you're looking for that Reinhardt if you're running the Mei.
Queen of Ashes finding a lot of attention against her early. Chef Boyardee. Yeah, I mean, this is the damage that Ramatra can take, though, but right now Ramatra is going to be sectioned out with the rest, and Stormy is going to fall right here. First pick going the way of the Bears.
They're going to hold point. I love the positioning from the Bears, holding that high ground, just taking a second, waiting, biding their time. Eastern Eagles, Maroon, taking point, sitting down, laying down the action, and just dry fighting for the moment, right? No one has ults at this point in the game. It's just holding point, getting this little bit of percent at the beginning of the game can mean all the difference toward the end of the round.
A lot of back and forth right here. CLV the last to fall. They'll have their teleporter back coming on into this one in a second.
Yeah, they got some ults coming up as well on the side of the Bears. They're going to have the amplification matrix from Queen of Ashes. Looking on the side of Maroon, they will have their Valkyrie. They're going to have a big old wall, big old barrier coming up. We're going to see Amp Matrix
wow.
get popped.
Queen of Ashes finds that one on the other side. The res is going to be out right now. The spin to win has changed from the bolts onto the javelin spin. Mochi Bento shows that one. Valkyrie top right now is Astral Band trying to get the last of them. Here it comes. Wow, I have no idea how Luwathi actually got Chef Boy RB, but that's going to be enough. Chef Boy Arbrie, excuse me. I've been misreading
oh boy,
this.
oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, Chef Boy Arbrie.
Yeah, I think it is Chef Boy Arbrie because their name is Brianna.
Yep, that would make sense.
Yeah. Cheeky name, very cheeky
Frederico,
name.
Senior out of computer science, or computer science major. So this is something to pay attention to as a senior, right? Maybe not able to participate next year unless they go and do undergraduate programs or whatever. Not sure. Or postgrad programs. Whatever. It's been a long time since I was in college. How about that one, folks?
You're not showing your age at all, Tugboat. Not showing your age.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. They'll never know that I'm 31 years old unless we say it on broadcast.
But who would ever say that, right?
It's not like what we're saying is recorded and sent out to the internet. Looking at the Bears, I gotta say this seems like it come on, guys. CLV, you gotta wait for your squad. Astral Band, it might be your birthday. They're not gonna give you nothing for free. Your candle gets blown out here as the Bears put this down. Ilios, both of them goes their way. 199 in the first. What is that? 100 to 20 or something like that in the second.
Yeah, it was it was a lot more in the second for certain. I mean, in the first point, it was 99-99 right at the end. But the Bears sneaking out the first point for a while there, it seemed like Eastern Eagles Maroon had the point locked down for a majority of the time. Even right here, we're seeing in the play of the game, it was 99-87. We sat here for a hot second, and now when it swapped over, it was by that split second move right at the end. So the Bears definitely running away with first point, but it goes to show if you focus on positioning, focus on synergy, focus on coordinating attacks, right? We saw the Blizzard paired with the Orisa ult right at the end there. We didn't see that sort of synergy coming out from Maroon, and if so, it was more reactive than proactive.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, you have to, like, yeah, the difference is right there. Reactive, preactive. If you're proactive, excuse me, reactive. If you're just consistently sitting back here and reacting to what your teammates are doing like all the time, then at the end of the day, like, your reaction is going to be the exact same when they push ultimates and stuff like that. That's the time that you give that respect. That's the time that you give space. And a lot of times, especially what these high noons, there's two different high noons at least where a team was just trying to come back, and if they'd actually gotten around it or if they'd had a shield, it just, okay, yeah, you can section off point for 10 seconds. That doesn't matter because you have to come back, and you have to get that ultimate back, and you have to earn it, especially on Cassidy. Now, you have to earn it much less now with the magnetic grenade ability and the damage that one does, but I digress. My point is just let them section this out. Let them take this space because you'll just take it right back, especially if you actually have, like, control of point. And it's not like, that takes quite a while. You have to have 3 players on, and then you can just have a power blocking Doomfist. You can have another player. You can have ice blocking May or something like that, just holding on to it and contesting. This just doesn't make any sense for these teams to consistently have kind of pushed in there, right? Like when those high noons, when other ultimates are getting pushed right there. And I just kind of think that the Eastern Eagles, like you were saying, were playing much more reactive games than proactive.
Absolutely. And you even could tell on that second point, right? They took the point immediately. They got about 17% before the Bears retook, but the Bears took their time, went around point, sectioned it off and said, where do we want to attack? And they all dropped at the same time, got the kills, and then really focused on their positioning from there. So I think that's something that the Eastern Eagle Maroons are going to need to look for moving into the next map, which obviously in NECC we do a pick ban system. So we're currently waiting for the players to let us know what we're going to next. But for you at home, it
It's
will
King's
be an
Row.
escort.
We already know it's King's Row. It's going to be King's Row. Like, wait, it's an escort? It's not a hybrid?
It is an escort map next. Yep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Excuse me. That one wouldn't make any sense. Maybe Dorado, maybe a little Route 66 action.
Yeah,
Or no,
Dorado's gotten
Dorado's
banned a
hybrid
lot
as well.
recently. In the past,
Yeah.
well, yeah, that's also true. But it's gotten banned a lot in the past couple weeks. Actually, Dorado is escort. So we got Dorado,
Yeah,
Havana, Junkertown, Circuit Royale. That's been a popular map so far. Lots of folks have been playing Circuit Royale. Shambali Monastery, which I don't know who's picking Shambali at this point.
I love it.
Do you
I love
really?
that
You
map,
love
dude. I love that
Shambali?
map. It's different. Let's confirm this. Hybrid is generally the second map played. Is that accurate? I believe Escort usually comes in the 4th map. Now with Push coming in to the 3rd, we're gonna try and get confirm on that behind because teams are doing hybrid bans as of right now, and generally that is Scrim's Row. Generally that is King's Row. Yeah, that is the crowd favorite. That has been the case since the beginning of Overwatch 1 and everything else like that. Check out Stream B Live, please. So
Yeah,
we'll be looking at
could.
that, and my guess is King's Row. I love it. And it's a
Yeah,
very versatile map as well.
I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that right now. I'm looking at the pinned messages, right? I'm looking at what Carol's giving me. All praise Carol, right? I'm looking at
Oh,
what is
fair.
the information that's given out to all of us. So that would be
Well,
outdated
that was from April
information
of
in that
last
regard.
year. Yeah, that's April from 2022. So, hey, you know what, guys? We're like let's just give our predictions both ways. How about that?
It's
If
control hybrid escort push control escort. That's
It's
the
King's Row.
process.
It's King's Row. It's King's Row. It's hybrid. That's what we're playing. We're getting confirmed here from Hippie. Big shout out to our production staff. I believe Sinja and Lottie are helping us out. Bryce, Hippie, everybody else, production side, TO side, everything else. If you're providing that little bit of support and making operations from organizations, competitions like this possible, we really appreciate you guys. Hybrid next. Kings Row coming up here in just a little while. The first map before you unlock payload is going to be really, really versatile and very different from the last half. And if it sounds like you guys are hearing this before, well, it's because Kings Row hasn't really changed that much as a map since Overwatch 1. So
Whoa, 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 whoa. we're now an evening tugboat, okay?
Well, very good point.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
good point.
yeah.
It's slightly
We've
darker
changed the
outside.
light,
Yeah.
okay?
People are actually checking into the Alderworth Hotel instead of out of the Alderworth Hotel, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Waiting for the push. So, Kings Row, it's a staple in the community. Played
Yep.
countless times, known as Scrims Row by most of the community, and I think it's one of the best points to really tell and pair up teams against each other in the Overwatch scene.
Yeah. So loading on into this one here in just a little bit, if we're looking at players, we might see a little bit of a sub action too, because SUNY Potsdam has something like 9 or 10 players on the team. Taking a look, and we got it. That is Gunslinger 76 and Battle Ooze. Gunslinger 76 coming on in here for Mochi Bento, or excuse me, Battle Ooze coming in for Mochi Bento. Gunslinger coming in for Lily.
Yeah, Lily, the Mercy player from the last round, maybe swapping out. So, with that being said, I'm seeing a lot of supports on that Bears roster. So, it's more than likely they're coming into that supporting role.
Yes, it's CELV10, Chef Boy Bree, Astral Band, and Stormy making up the same composition, or same players, I should say, that you saw first one. If we're throwing, like, predictions and whatnot, I'm going to say Battleoos is coming on in here for the Reinhardt on the first point. Nope, we're showing Winston right now. I'm not against that either. It's just going to be a little bit hard for these two healers to pay attention to both Winston, way over there, Fair up top in the sky, as well as a Luwathi. There you go. That's a little bit more on brand. The Widowmaker here, at least to start.
Yeah, Widowmaker at the beginning of this map, obviously looking for the headshots, finding people slipping. Chef Boyar Bree back on the Ramatra, gonna hold this choke pretty handedly, and even if Battle Ooze is able to get a jump onto point, they're gonna be on the receiving end of 10, the Star Bastion player from the first round, who's gonna be raining fire. So it's gonna be an interesting dynamic on this first push.
You see Luwathi looking for her heads, or looking for their heads, excuse me. 100 charge right now. Yeah, Eastern Eagles are smart. They've seen this game before. They've checked out the movie. They do not like the ending. They're just gonna back on.
Wow.
They're just gonna back on up, and off the back of a damage boosted Farah, that's gonna land all day long. Okay, Chef Boyard Bree though finding one. Battleoos on the way out right now. So we're gonna be down a DPS for the side of the Eastern Eagles. We're gonna be down for the side of Potsdam as well. We're going to be looking at continue on this one now. Aggravation sleep, a snoozing Ramatra does nothing on point as the Potsdam Bears looks like they're going to take it.
Yeah, Potsdam Bears definitely came out swinging onto this point. Gunslinger taking to the skies, finding a couple of early picks in Selvi and Astral Band. So this Farah may be working, and I'm not quite sure if Brig is the answer here.
No, it is not. If you're asking a question, I'll give you an answer, my friend. There's nobody really for Astral Band to go off and play against. I mean, Battleoos on the Sigma, yeah, kinda. Well, you lose those 9 times out of 10. Do you want to even talk about dueling with a Cassidy? Because I don't. And if you're talking about a Gunslinger, until a Brig can start flying, you don't have the opportunities there. Maybe a mini shield for the 10. I don't know. Regardless, Astral is out of this one. We're going to be looking at a Gunslinger 76 Farah from up top. They're just going to have to waste out.
Yeah, Eastern Eagles not able. Yeah, Eastern Eagles here just stuck on the back foot, it's seeming constantly. They're not really able to plant their feet and hold a defense. It's just constant pick after pick. And at this point, Tugboat, they need a full regroup.
Chef Boyar Bree just put the head down, ignored Battleoos, damage boosted Sigma right behind him. We'll have to check in with them after game to see if they thought that was a wise decision. Eastern Eagles got Stormy's Coalescence on board. Potsdam has everything outside of a nano boost,
which will come up very shortly. That nano boost is at 85, and that's a pretty good point. If the Eagles can't plant their feet, this onslaught is going to be huge.
Oh,
wow!
boy.
Justice trying to rain from above, but gonna get halted quite quickly.
Justice gets halted. No justice on this one, especially if you ask Gunslinger 76, but that's going to be enough for them to purchase this. 5.5 minutes, Nuke. Are my eyes finally going?
Yeah, your eyes. No, your eyes are absolutely correct. Okay. That is 5.5 minutes on the clock.
That's good news. That's good news. CELV has the number up top as the Ramatra ultimate does come in. Here's 10 as well. Again, I just don't really see this as a worthwhile usage. Yes, Luwathi gets taken out, but you know that res is coming in regardless.
Right. I mean, they did pop the Ramatra ult, trying to push them out, and it was effective for the moment, but now they have nothing to stop this onslaught. Gravitic Flux coming in from Battle Ooze, and that's exactly what's happening, oozing onto the battlefield, pushing all of the members of Maroon straight back to base, including Astral Band, who just used Valkyrie. They only have Deadeye at their disposal.
Yeah, so this is the mistake here from the Bears. They pull both Nano Boost and this Valkyrie when they really only needed the Sigma Ultimate and a nice purple across the middle. Chef Boy RB just taking a snooze onto point. While the res comes through, Queen of Ashes has been getting away with murder in the form of resurrections. I know it might sound like it doesn't make any sense, but trust me, it does.
I understand what you're saying. It makes sense. It makes sense. Gunslinger, though, just as much... It is free real estate. That's what the Bears are thinking. And what do you do when you see a bear? You just lay down and you play dead. And the Maroon Eastern Eagles are learning that lesson very quickly because the Bears ran through them in that first round, just shy of 4 minutes on the clock.
A brutal call, but it was true nonetheless. The Helios map was a lot more one-sided. This is the Bears, we're not doing our jobs casting collegiate unless we're being true to ourselves, true to the broadcast, and true to you, the dear viewers. Potsdam Bears, literally stumbled, tripped, fell face first into a win right here, and a win with a lot of time. They made so many, just being straightforward, they made so many mistakes, especially the most recent one, using both support ultimates, but fortunately for them, Eagle doesn't stand much of a chance against a Bear here. This is an Eastern Eagles Maroon squad that kept swapping as well, so they consistently made sure that they had not a whole lot to do when it came to combining ultimates. 10 with the artillery, Chef Boy RB was doing great jobs by themselves, but also just getting way too aggressive, way too tunnel vision-y.
Yeah, they stuck on that Ramatra pretty much all round of defense, and I'm not quite sure if that was the play. You really need a tank that you can rally behind, and unfortunately, as they just ran through, they'd ignore the Ramatra, kill the rest of the team, and then refocus. So maybe going into this round, this Orisa, Chef Boy RB on Orisa, might reap some benefits for them.
We shall see. CELV looking for some heads. That's going to be an initial headshot. Battle Lose going to be really glad there wasn't a second sniper on this.
Yeah,
we're actually be coming out here, but they know that this Widowmaker is here. If CELV actually stays in the Widowmaker, that might actually be a fantastic decision. At least just forcing this player down, kind of grounding him. Oh no! Queen of Ashes gets way too aggressive on that. Healer down for both sides here, Chase.
Yeah, that's Astral Band going down as well. The Kiriko player. That means that they do not have a protection Suzu against Royal Gamer's anti-grenade. So if Royal Gamer is able to get a great grenade in on this Maroon roster, that could be huge.
Nemesis form purchasing a little bit of space and damage there for Battle Lose. CELV is trying to find a way. Look, I think that was meant to be a shot to the top. They try and get a little bit going. Now it's just walls and more. It looks like the Bears have held strong on their defense thus far. Nasty purple. There's the Suzu, though. Luwathi.
Ooh, another headshot.
Yeah. CLV finds Luwathi. She's going to be rezzed up, though, immediately afterwards. I think I'm just going to stop calling the first kills in these team fights when you're talking about the Bears, because Queen of Ashes, she is always there.
Yeah, it seems every single time they're there. And it's, man, it's unfortunate. You have to really play LOS. You got to be aware and cognizant of the cover that you're behind.
Oh, that's brutal.
Luwathi looking for a Deadeye and finding dead nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Stormy actually ducked literally last second behind this this car, and unless the lock is in the middle right here, that's going to be enough for Annihilation form. Battle Lose. Wow, okay. There's gonna be nope. That's not gonna be a full tick or a third of progress. That's gonna be close to it and then nothing afterward.
And that's so unfortunate. It hurts your heart to see that just an ounce away from that first tick. And you're absolutely right. That was a great play from Battleooz, popping the Annihilation in the face of the Kitsune Rush. Astral Band popping it. Battleooz going, nope, I don't care. I'm going to run into your whole team.
Oh, there's the knife. Oh, that's a lot of damage onto this Ana on the backside, but Royal Gamer is just going to have to find a way to get in edgewise now with their counterpart. The other healer taken out. It may not be enough. Queen of Ashes headshot onto CELV. Am I looking at this backwards? No, a Mercy taking out a Widowmaker with a headshot. Love to see it.
You do love to see it. It's quite a cheeky play. They're never expecting it. And just like they're never expecting it, Selvi is going to switch over to Hanzo in the final moments of this game. We only got about a minute left for the Eastern Eagles Maroon roster to make it to this point.
Both DPS ultimates are glowing as of right now here. Chase to the side of the Bears. 10 felled as well, so offense gonna have a lot harder of a time. 200 damage even onto that.
Whoa.
Wow, this is just a slow burn all the way back. Brutal.
Yeah, they're probably gonna dry fight, look for some ults because they know that the Bears have ults in the back pocket. They desperately need some of these ults online. We're seeing the first one popped. See if Tin can find any picks in the back line. Unfortunately, just kind of popping it, using it for space, but that's going to be enough for Chef Boyardee to get on and kick down Battleooz.
Oh, there's a nano boost with nothing on the backside. Didn't quite land. You get no healing. You get no damage boost. You get not a zilch, not a zero. Clap on the back and a good job for holding this one down the last few seconds because you didn't take it in the end. Queen of Ashes on over to Lucio here. This is going to be a little bit of a stall, but not anywhere near enough. Not sure what that one is about. After this is Queen of Ashes reducing her ult charge, Queen of Ashes coming in, feeding ult charge the other way, and now Queen of Ashes maybe switching again. Nope. Okay, so it's going to stay on Lucio. Yep, there's a switch. That was just what, about 50% of ult charge from Queen of Ashes wasted.
Yeah, unfortunately, but I think Queen of Ashes was trying to get everyone back to point, recognizing that they just had a couple of more seconds to go. And, I mean, pushing them into overtime makes the Eastern Eagles Maroons roster sweat a little bit more, right, Tugboat? They're like, okay,
no, that's true.
We have to stay on this payload now because we do not have time to mess around.
If the idea is also trying to get one of these ultimates out of them, especially this Orisa ultimate, like the Terror Surge, then okay, but still, that's kind of theory crafting at this point. Moving on along here, that's going to be Gunslinger just literally running it down mid on this Bastion, now doing the same exact thing onto Astral Band. Is Gunslinger invisible? Can you see him?
I don't know who you're talking about. Who's Gunslinger?
Like literally just getting ignored by everybody by right here. Yeah, that is JJ Pamia. That is a sophomore archaeologist. It says that pancakes are their favorite food. I completely missed these interesting facts. we haven't been talking about the most interesting of facts. Queen of Ashes claims that she has lived in over 100 countries. How's that? Is that like staying a night and
maybe
staying a night
you're
like 100
military kid, right?
100 different countries? Counties, sure.
Yeah, counties. Countries is impressive. Just
and
as impressive as this hold.
Does it count as living in a place if you stay there overnight? Like you have lived in that place, you have spent part of your life in that place. Now, Queen of Ashes, I'm going to say, if you're talking about airports, boo. We do not count airports. Just flying through a place does not count.
Yes, but staying in the place, I'd say, for at least a day, seeing the culture, eating the local food, maybe catching a show. Yeah, that I would say that's at least. Yeah,
I would say if you have not eaten local food in a place, you have not truly visited that location. We'll get into more of my absolute cringe boomer takes by Tugboat in a minute. That's gonna be everything. Luwati headhunting finds the fourth, and that's a TK to end this one out. The Bears do it on Kings Row in fine, flashy form.
That is play of the game for sure. Tugboat. Wow, what a play from the Bears to shut down the Maroon roster. That's what they were looking for too. They were just looking for a slow burn, keep them at arm's length. They were coming back through, and man, oh man, the Maroon roster was not looking towards the skies. Gunslinger was there every time, and when Gunslinger wasn't there, it was Luwuthy in tow.
Yeah, that's just this Bastion barely getting out of that one. The Nano Boost guarantees that the High Noon has to lock for like half as much time or something like that to get like a guaranteed K on the squishies as well. That unlocked a lot of damage onto the tank player right there. Wow, so after an Elios .1, it does go down 2-0 now, folks. Don't get me wrong. But given how back and forth that was on well initially when the environmental kills were available, I anticipated a lot more on King's Row. That was 2 full points, then the win for SUNY Potsdam, the Bears over here on the right and the red, and just the Eagles just getting shut down. And I'd hate to be too negative here, Chase, but this still comes off the back of like definitive mistakes that the Bears are committing.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying ahead in this game, and they're definitely showing they want their first win of the season, right? I
Yeah.
think their coordination is definitely something to be admired, but this is Navigator's division, right? So these are rosters that are still coming together, still
Yeah, yeah.
getting things tweaked into gear, and there are still mistakes to be made. And I feel like at these divisions, Tugboat, it's a matter of who makes less mistakes. That's who wins the game.
Yeah, 100%. Don't get me wrong. SUNY Potsdam is definitely making mistakes. They're definitely making less mistakes. Right now, the Eastern Eagles are like kind of looking like an infant trying to do calculus. There's been so much back and forth right here that they've tried right here. And again, if you're talking about ultimates, like it's almost in some ways it's almost worse that they're coordinating and then not getting anything from their ultimates than the just absolutely random fat fingers it seems from Potsdam right here. Don't want to be too negative, but the one thing that comes to mind is 10 with the Bastion ultimate. Like while this team is kind of like coming off the back foot, there's so much time in between. Generally, these players are going to be able to get out, and especially if you just take two supports, you look at each other, they're going to live through that unless you literally drop it right on top of their heads, which is never going to happen because they're always going to move away from center. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just being negative about both teams. How about that? How about that?
Yeah, I think when it's paired well, when you have an Result, right? Chef Boyardee had the Terror Surge multiple times. If you can complement it with a Terror Surge, yeah, you could look at a 5K. But that's the difference we're seeing in between both of these rosters, Tugboat. One roster's using ultimate combinations, the other roster's not.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's a combination of ultimates. Yes, 10 their Bastion ultimate wasn't exactly well timed. Well, it also wasn't with another ultimate. If you're talking about a Gravitron, okay, hey, you got me beat. Hands up. I am wrong right there. If you pair that with a Graviton, that is not exactly what happened. We'll see how
No.
these two teams go and how they kind of like wind up. Clean up the edges just a little bit and play this one from that 99 to 100 in map number 3, possibly the last map here. We'll find out exactly what it is when we return.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again with the NECC Action Navigators Northeast Division. We got Eastern Eagles Maroon versus SUNY Potsdam Bears. I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined once again by Tugboat. Tugboat, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, but I gotta say, Chase, I am not doing quite as well as the State University of New York at Potsdam. That's the Bears. 2-0 right now. This looked really good for the Eastern Eagles. They were flying high that first part of the Elios map. That was 99 to 100, barely going the way on over to the Bears, and only after this Eagle took a wing off of this point, just happened to go out over there on the overtime. Now, the Kings Row was a little bit of a different story right here. A lot of coordination between these two teams, but it was just simply, like you mentioned, Potsdam, the 0-5 squad, looking for their first match win. They just made less mistakes.
Oh, absolutely. And now they're up 2-0. They've made less mistakes 2 maps in a row. So if they can do this for a third map, Tugboat, then they're going to win this set. They're going to have their first set win of the season. We saw a ban on Havana, and we're actually going to see us head over to Dorado next.
I like it. I like it. Looking for some gold over here on Dorado. This is a pure push, like payload type map. Wait, no, Dorado. Yeah, pure payload push type map, right? There's a payload at the beginning. You move it all the way in, a couple times on the way. If you make it, you'll get a little bit more time, just in case you're unfamiliar with Overwatch, guys. If this goes the way of Potsdam, they will have done it. They'll have purchased their first match win up against the Eastern Eagles Maroon squad here within the Emergence Division. Wait.
Yeah,
Emergence.
the
Yeah,
North
sorry.
Navigators.
Pacific.
You're a little off. Navigators division.
I
But
literally went from match 2 and went over to the third match tab and then said it with such confidence. Sorry, guys. Navigators, you're 100% correct.
no, but either way, I mean, you're navigating your way through these divisions, right? They're a little tricky at times. But absolutely, in the Northeast Navigators division, this is going to be a determination for playoffs, like you mentioned, Tugboat. And both of these teams want to win this match. This is going to be crucial. Dorado, a map that we see somewhat here in NECC. I would like more variety on if we went to Havana, there's a little bit more variety on the map. On Dorado, we could see a couple of different compositions though, right? We could see dive works on this map pretty well in the first point and the third point. As you're pushing through though, that May Ryan combo is just a chef's kiss, holding people off in the small corridors. You can get some good flanks, you can run some snipers, so there's a lot of capabilities and utility that they could pull out of their pocket for this map.
That's one of the things I've always loved about Dorado. Like Kings Row just geographically changes so freaking much from point 1 into the interim area until you get onto third point. Your Echoes, your Pharas, yeah, reign supreme, fly high out there on point number 1. Then payload opens up, a little bit in the middle. And if you try and play an Echo and a Phara in the last point of Kings Row, you are basically throwing. That is kind of similar to how just how much the geographical setups and whatnot on Dorado change. There's a little bit of high ground that changes throughout this map right here. See how this one goes and what the compositions do land for both of these squads. If we're just singling out a single player on either side, that you played this, you did great, play it again. Luwuthy on the Cassidy over here for Potsdam. You'd be hard pressed unless there's a full 4-person team composition that eludes other ways for Potsdam. There you'd have Luwuthy playing anything but this Cassidy. They had plenty of value on other heroes, but it was just the Cassidy that found this all the way through on the King's Row.
Absolutely. And on the other side, I would say Chef Boyardee. Risa could be a solid pick here and getting through this first point, trying to get through the choke. You have a lot of utility on Risa. We saw Chef Boyardee very briefly play the Sigma as well.
Yep.
But we're going to see as we're heading straight into map, we're going to see exactly what these teams are going to have in store for us in 20 seconds.
Yep, in 20 seconds, yeah. We'll get a little bit of a better look for the defensive squad that just based on this should be Potsdam. The right in the red.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, is this battle? Yes, we have some subs. Mochi Bento coming back on in to this tank player. I'm going to say that's Goth Queenie. There was Queen of Ashes earlier, perhaps the same player, no confirm there. And Battlers going on over from the tank to this Echo DPS.
Yeah, very interesting point. Yeah, and I love to see more flex players in Overwatch 2
Oh
because
yes.
you can have a much larger roster. Even with the roster of 5, we can have a much larger roster and sort of flex people into different roles depending on how they're playing for the night and how the coordination is going. So seeing Battleus swap over to a more prominent role where they're able to get damage off, putting Mochi Bento back on the tank might be what this roster needs to put the final nail in the coffin in this set.
See how this one goes. Solid bit of medium range damage online for the Eastern Eagles. They hold high ground onto the right. Just simply getting onto this point is going to be pretty hard with everything spamming in. My god, never mind. Wow, a nasty purple right there, but 10 immediately switches attention. There's the res for Goth Queenie. As Battleus is now just getting up close and personal as this payload is still a-rolling.
Yeah, the payload moving around the side, and I feel like this Maroon roster going to look for a different angle very soon. That's going to be Battleus getting the ooze onto 10. Nasty kill.
I'm a fool. There's Queen of Ashes, freshman history education, major Goth Queenie, freshman music education. Two totally different players. That's my fault. That's going to be Chef Boyar Bree falling first. Battleus as well with the Ravenous area right there. Chef Boyar Bree finds that, and I mean the Orisa over for Chef Boyar Bree was the call. I think the Ramach is working pretty well.
Yeah, the Ramatra, unfortunately they got pushed a little early and they weren't able to fall back in line after that. So Mochi Bento kind of going on a tear, playing Ring Around the Rosie a little bit. That's Eastern Eagles stuck a little bit on the back foot. 10 looking for a touch, and they will not find the touch. Wait, it says they made, yeah, they made it, yeah.
Yeah, no, they definitely made it. Not 100% sure what that one is about. Also, that in and of itself is why I always go in at like 1 meter. Like I try to get there at 1 meter. Yep. Stuck with the magnetic is going to get completely dusted off. Stormy, she'll be right onto this one. Coming back on into map. Battleus the first to fall. The Potsdam Bears on the attack, down a huge source of damage. There comes the Annihilation. There's dragons on the backside. Royal Gamer the first to fall. There's a dragon kill as well from CELV. His Hanzo is hitting right now.
Well, that's the thing to talk about, right? We've been talking about synergy, utilizing alts where it's necessary. I actually don't feel like the Dragon Strike was necessary, utilizing it with the Annihilation, right? Chef Boyar Bree was pushing with the Annihilation. It was enough damage. They got it out. The Dragon Strike could have been used in a couple of seconds, really, to get them off this point and add some more aggression moving forward. But now Eastern Eagles Maroon only have their support ultimates to rely on.
Yeah, and that's just not going to be ideal when you're staring down the barrel of a whole lot on the other side. Gunslinger finding one right here, not going to be enough. Chef Boyar Bree puts up the block, gets the Annihilation out, or the pummel out after that, excuse me. Here comes Terra Surge. That's a nano boost on the backside. Not sure why that didn't come during the Terra Surge, but oh well. Nasty purple against Stormy. No fade for them as Mochi Bento finding a whole lot.
That name's going to haunt you for weeks. Tugboat. Mochi Bento. Yeah, no, it's a good. This composition seems to be working for the Bears. I really like this nano boost plus the power boosted Mercy. You throw that on the Orisa, we're gonna see absolute terror like no other, like we just witnessed a second ago. And the Bears continue their onslaught. Eastern Eagles Maroon have had both of these support ultimates up for a second, and now is the time to use them in the face of this payload making the second point.
There comes the copy. Ramatra being the target, absolutely running it down right now. Gonna have to pull this Annihilation form, get the pummel going, and does. Stormy finding one on the backside. There's a block at the end, but the Eagles still trying to fight this one. Battleus still damage on. 10 finding a lot of attention right now as Chef Boyar Bree gonna be getting this one done. Damage down, CELV finds it, and that's gonna be a defensive hold for the first time before a point for the Eastern Eagles Maroon.
Yeah, you could say 10 puts the 10 in attention. Yeah, I'm gonna move on from that one.
I'm just gonna let that one marinate for a second. You get 5 seconds, Chase.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that one move on. But I think the Eastern Eagles Maroon did a great job of holding. They have 2 ultimates on the back end now. That Kitsune's been stuck in the back pocket for a second. They're gonna want to use it now. The Bears, they cannot allow them to get a good dry fight in. Right now, the Eagles very clearly have an ultimate advantage.
Yeah, they really do. Soon enough, the high noon Terror Surge will be online. I gotta say, CELV is like kind of setting the pace consistently for these maps. Dragon's right down the middle. Royal Gamer will not be able to be respawned back in as 10 does fall, though. CELV continuing to find picks right now, and this is simply not the time for Mochi.
Oh, Mochi Bento falling to Selvi. Okay.
I don't know why I can't say this. I am sorry. Adrian Miller, the captain of the Valorant team, over here for the side of the Potsdam Bears. And they have a twin. Wait, we have a twin and a triplet. Well, it's okay. So Sakura Skater is not playing right now. There's a sub that we might see a little bit later. But Sakura a triplet and Mochi Bento. Don't know why I'm having so much troubles with that. Also a twin.
Bryce on the back end giving us the information. Mochi is a sweet Japanese snack made of dough and filled with stuff. Bento is a packed lunch.
Comes
and
the
this
pummel.
Is a angry Ramatra.
Yeah, an angry Matra is just like 500-pound gorillas can sit wherever they want. That is all the attention in the world on the Royal Gamer in the back. Gunslinger down as well. The just absolute reign of terror that Gunslinger was enjoying earlier onto this Pharah is now over.
Battle Slingers switching over to this Junkrat could be huge for the Potsdam Bears. And retaliation to Selvi, who has swapped over to the Hanzo and made all of the difference for this Maroon roster in their hold. I mean, this is the 4th Dragon Strike that they've had, headshot after headshot. It's been a complete workaround.
Yeah, immediately shut down right there. Chef Boyar Bree has Gunslinger's number, and this is going to be enough for the Maroon squad to stop this. Only Royal Gamer, the healer, left. This should be it. This is a time to collapse upon this tank, but instead the Terror Surge is allowed to come out. Okay, I was going to say, that was, okay, yeah. Kitsune rush, Dragons on the end. This is just a slow burn towards the end. Sombra, a courageous attempt there. Battlew is a former tank player. The Bears get it just, what is that? I think that was like 0.7 meters away from the second point.
Yeah, it was super close. And that's a good point, Tugboat. Eastern Eagles Maroon are definitely cutting it close with these defensive holds. They actually tried to hold on the first point, narrowly missing their parameter to do so.
Taking a look on the offense, what any idea what we can kind of expect onto the Eastern Eagles Maroon offense here, Chase?
I hope to see Selvi back on this Hanzo. That Hanzo is making a world of difference for this roster and finding and securing the picks that they've crucially needed. They've gotten a lot of the Bears low in the first 2 maps that we've seen, but capitalizing and really finishing these kills are what they're lacking, right? And a Hanzo is a great way to do that. You're going to put out a lot of damage if you're hitting your mark. And right now, Selvi's on one.
Yeah, Selvi has literally taken an initial pick, I think like 4 team fights in a row in the last map. Now, Royal Gamer and Goth Queenie were doing a fantastic job of healing up their team and getting the res like immediately afterwards. So I actually kind of purchased, kind of really in a weird way, right? Because they would get the pick, and then the Bears would just kind of huddle up for a second. The Maroons would give them space, and you get a res out. Now, getting a 24-second cooldown, if I can remember right, started is almost like basically like, you know, wasting an ultimate or getting an ultimate out.
Right.
But still, they still got it and still fought that as a full 6. Gonna have to shut that one down if the Maroon squad wants to get this one going, or if the Bears squad wants. Nope, Maroon squad. I'm all over the place here, guys.
Yeah, no, completely agreed. And they're going to have to hold hard. This is going to need to be one of the best holds that they've had in the NECC for the Bears if they want to see themselves move on to playoffs.
100% agree. CLV, the progenitor of a lot of first team fight kills. we're looking at for just a couple of seconds. 10 swapping on over. That's going to be a lot of damage there early as CLV. Again, medium range sniper finds their medium range sniper. The Maroon squad running all over this one.
Yeah, look at Selvi again, getting this high ground, looking for a pick, popping the Storm Arrow, and gonna find it in Royal Gamer. You have to be cognizant of where your supports are, and Royal Gamer, you should not be taking that fight with the Hanzo. That is not a fight you want.
No, it is not. No, it is not. You can obviously go forth and try and put a little bit of pressure on, but end of the day, not one you wanna play. Now, Maroons will have an opportunity. Never mind. CLV.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like they can stop hitting heads.
Oh,
never thought of anything different, it seems. CLV, looking, that was almost another nasty headshot. They just have to pay attention to CLV. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
They're simply giving CLV all the distance in the world, all the yardage in the world.
Yeah, they're looking at Chef Boyardee. All the attention is on the tank because it's been a battle of the tanks for the past 2 maps, but now that there's a new challenger approaching, they're having a hard time really differentiating where they need to put their focus. The Kitsune is going to get popped, and that's going to be the first point with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Eastern Eagles Maroon are positioning themselves to come back in the series.
Mochi getting a lot of damage in there for a couple of seconds. Gunslinger just has to get on out. Kale and Mochi Bento there at the end. That's D.Va. They'll be back with their team with the rest in just a little bit. 4 minutes, 15 seconds, Chase.
Yeah, we got some ultimates coming online as well on both sides. Potsdam Bears, we're actually seeing Mochi Bento. We saw on the last point swapping over to that D.Va instead of, oh my gosh, I can't even get through a sentence and Selvi's getting headshots. Like, what is this?
Yeah, that is just insane. It is just insane, my friends. Selvi always getting this one done. One would think at a certain point you just go back on over the Mercy so she can continue to get these reses up. Selvi also takes out a D.Va.
Yeah, the D.Va pushed in, Storm Arrow hit, D.Va didn't Matrix it, so, I mean, yeah, gonna eat it.
It's a lot of damage out here early. I don't know what exactly it is that the Maroon squad, the Eastern Eagles did, but that is everything and a bag of chips. A little bit of a last-second hold here, it seems, because just Gunslinger pretty much left. Goth Queenie is going to be there as well. There comes the sound barrier. This is just going to stall out for a little while longer while the rest of the Bears gallop on up and get with the rest of their squad.
Right, so you identify that the problem is Hanzo. Well, you know, going into this, we're going to see an Amp Matrix pop. This might be enough, right? This might be enough to hold, save the point. We are seeing some members fall on the side of Maroon. Stormy will fall to Gunslinger. And they might hold this, but it's going to be a tough hold.
Yes, it is. CLV finally down, though. Might be enough. There's a Bob as well. That's enough to take down one. Continued pressure, and from the back, the Bears have held strong on this team fight.
Yeah, they did not see the Bob coming, and I'm glad to see Gunslinger switch, because the problem, what I was getting at, if the problem is a Hanzo, your answer should not be Torbjorn. Right? The Storm Arrow is just going to take out the turret. It is a direct counter. It's not going to work for you. So I love to see Gunslingers make the swap here. I think it was a much needed switch, even so in the first defense.
I have to agree with you on that one. Doesn't matter as CLV finds another massive headshot. One would think at a certain point you just say, hey, you know, we're just going to go off of this one. Oh, Mochi can't get back into that one. That is probably going to be enough onto this team fight. CLV getting super attention right now. Gunslinger sending some shots to the top right now. CLV kind of spamming, but that's going to be enough. 10 finds a lot until Royal Gamer has their number. Back and forth we go. Now the D.Va's back on into this one for the Potsdam Bears. That's going to be enough for the annihilation and a lot more. There's a really late sound barrier from Goth Queenie. A couple seconds earlier might have been a different story, but still the contest coming on in here. Gunslinger still actually getting in damage. Goth Queenie, Mochi Bento both falls. That was the baby D.Va in the back. They could not have let this one go. Now a slow burn stall here for the Potsdam Bears.
Yeah, we got the Amp Matrix again, popping them like candy. Royal Gamer doing a great job trying to keep the team alive. And yes, that is Battleuse on Genji. In the midst of the chaos, Battleuse has swapped over to Genji, and it is a fight to get to point. If you're a bear, you are running full force to get there. Gunslinger sitting at 97%. Needed to stay alive. They had their tac visor online, but that's going to be the Kitsune Rush to close it out. Eastern Maroon is going to take a map, their first map of the series, now putting it 1-2 so far.
Nicely done. No 3-0 sweep on this one, my friend. The Eastern Eagles Maroon squad does do it. And no small part off the back of CELV's just constant pressure and constant first picks.
Yeah, you can't let CELV just run rampant on this Hanzo, because it is the answer they were looking for. Pretty much this entire series, they were stuck on the back foot. What do we need? How can we put out the damage? How can we finish the kills? CELV said, let me just smack down some Hanzo.
Yeah, seriously. I don't think we saw a CELV switch off of the Hanzo for the majority of their offensive hold there, excuse me. And that's just that is literally just enough that CELV is going to have purchase there. Also, the D.Va, I got to say, I'm not sure if the D.Va, you look at a Hanzo, yes, you can like eat their their burst damage, right? Like one of the cooldowns right there. But if you're talking about anything from distance, unless you're like literally initiating a defense matrix from like across map, that's just not going to be enough. That's going to be a lot of damage this Hanzo is granted.
Yeah, the Hanzo is running rampant. And like I said, Gunslinger switching over to the Torbjorn was an odd choice for me. I don't see why they wouldn't be utilizing the Pharah, right? We even saw earlier Tin was playing Bastion, and the Pharah was working fine. The Bastion was not looking up, and so why not run that again? Why not run what's working, get the 3-0 sweep, get your first record on the book, and wipe your hands, call it a day, right? But now
Yeah.
we will be moving into a fourth map. It's going to be Push. So we got New Queen Street, we got Coliseo, and we got Esperanza. Any of those
Yeah,
three?
so I'm gonna hope for Queen Street. I mean Push is just not my favorite game mode. Better than 2CP, I'll give you guys that. And hated seeing like a back and forth 4 rounds go with nobody taking initial points on that, or your Hanamuras and just everybody fighting over the second one for 25 minutes. Did not like that. Now we have a push, and now at least we have constant unmitigated action.
Yeah, and it's a crazy statistic. Alt Charge Berkeley Stevens brought it up. I think it's 79% of teams that make
Yeah.
that first forward spawn win the map, which is absolutely insane. And that tells us that there's maybe some things to be tweaked about this game mode.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the first person to say this stuff. Slower robot movement when the point actually switches, like have it go much faster. Have the rock be moved like a little bit slower or faster, depending if you're on the advantage side or not. There is a lot here. Giving percentage points on the other side of the rock based on what they get. There is a lot here that they could do. I don't think that any of it is like any one thing is just going to be like, oh, okay, now push is perfect. There's a
Yeah.
lot that has to be tweaked onto this game mode to have it be like a truly competitive thing that I think the players come in and actually look forward to playing, as opposed to feel like most people feel like this control map. If I'm playing competitive and I get a control map, I get an Helios, I get a Lijiang Tower, I get a Oasis, something like this. I get the new Antarctic map, right? Then I'm just
Hmm.
simply happy. Yes, I'm a Lucio main. Yes, those King of the Hills type maps are very frequently inducive of having a Lucio and whatnot. But I do not think that other people like dislike that, right? And then there's a reason for this.
Yeah. Well, next we're heading over to Toronto. We got our map in the bay. We're going over to New Queen Street. So,
Nice.
out of all the push maps, I actually think this is one of the ones that I prefer. And I know no one's a huge fan of any of the push maps, but I think New Queen Street has a lot of very interesting dynamics you can play around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, don't want to sound too boomer, but at what point do we say like, hey guys, do we need another map pit, another map type? Do we need something besides control, escort and payload? Like,
That's a fair point.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, I never want to innovate just for innovation's sakes, right? But you know what?
Hmm.
It is what it is. We're looking at New Queen Street. Did not want to see Coliseo, so what is the ban from both teams, or from the losing team, the SUNY Potsdam squad, for them banning Coliseo? What does that mean for compositions we might see here?
Oh man, the SUNY team banning out Coliseo. They are 2-0 now, or 2-1 now, right? They just lost this last point, or this last map. So maybe the Coliseo push, they were a little worried of those small corridors. This roster has really liked to play these more personal characters that can get up in the air, right? Gunslinger really likes playing this Pharah, so maybe they're looking to play around the advantages that they've seen in Gunslinger playing the Pharah. If Battleuse continues to play, they could be on the Echo again. They could just be taking fully to the skies, maybe running a dive composition. I don't think that they want to fight Eastern University on any sort of brawl, but I could be wrong. I think that that's where we're leaning towards based on the map pick.
I mean, if you run a brawl comp with CELV running Hanzo, which I feel like at this point, I mean, we just talked, like we always talked about it, right? We talked about it earlier. Luothi, it's like, which team needs to play XYZ, right? You'll CELV, this time coming up, you got to play the Hanzo. The Chef Boyardee Brie pick onto the Ramattra was huge earlier. I don't think we actually saw a Chef Boyardee Brie come off of the Ramattra here for this previous map, for Dorado and whatnot. We'll see how that one goes here on New Queen Street. My favorite of the push maps.
Agreed. Also my favorite. And I think that you can viably play a lot of different characters here, right? So Hanzo, definitely you can get up on these high grounds, but where I was alluding to earlier with both Gunslinger and Battleuse, which it looks like Battleuse might be in the tank position again. If so, Gunslinger and Battleuse playing these more aerial characters, that's going to spell some trouble for Hanzo if CLV is not, I guess, in tune with moving vertically, right? The horizontal, being able to hit the headshots, that was working really well last round, but now needing to look straight up and pick a fly out of the sky is a little bit tougher.
Yeah, a lot tougher, I'd venture to say. A little hockey action. No Canada without hockey, right?
Exactly. Actually, massive collegiate hockey championship going on this weekend. Fun fact, St. Cloud currently competing against Mankato tonight. I only know that because I'm also a collegiate esports coach, and that's a pretty big deal where we're at in Minnesota.
Hey, I love hockey. You ain't got to explain that one to me, friend. More split look here from the side of the Potsdam Bears. Queen of Ashes, Luothi kind of postured up with each other. Battleuse over onto the Ramattra. This is the most split push I think I've seen on Queen Street so far as Luothi. Yeah, there you go. This is the duel that we're going to see 1,000 times over, folks. Luothi on CELV. Not saying that Luothi Wall is going to win that one, but that is the duel that we're going to see.
This is what they needed too, right? This is exactly what they ran in the first map and a large majority of the second map. They ran this Cole Cassidy, they ran this Pharah, and it just worked well for them. So moving back into it again, that was a very cheeky melee, but moving back into this again, this is the sort of composition that they're going to need to play if they want to win.
Looks like it's getting it done so far. Only need one player kind of babysitting back. Luothi actually playing this one really, really far back. Now, obviously, that damage drop-off is going to be an issue, but this is a perfect composition for the Bears. They have the Ashe down bottom to help out the Ramattra, to help out Luothi. They have the Mercy up top to help out Gunslinger 76. Classic pharmacy combination. It's a combination since the beginning for a reason here, people. Luothi basically squatting onto a small health pack as well. This is going to be a little bit of a... This is an attempted high noon, a little bit early. Need one more shot and got it. Nicely done. Takes out their counterpart. Pick up a small health pack on the way. Get out the window. Drop it down. Turn it to 12.
And if we noticed anything,
no necessary.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, they were purple. Well, I mean, we are going to see the protection Zuzu come in. If your enemy is running an Ana, you pretty much need a Kiriko, right? That protection Suzu, the cleanse, is just so crucial whenever your entire team is anti-grenaded. But this is going to be what we're, like, the story of this map, Tugboat. The first couple of maps, we saw pretty heavily a stagger come out from Eastern Eagle Maroons. The Bears now are keeping them on the back foot. If they can continue to do so, this could be a quick map.
Yeah, and that's Gunslinger taking out CELV right here. A little bit of back and forth, so the Pharah gave their life for it. There's Battleuse on 2. Chef Boyardee Brie with their own. Anasi Purple against him. And you're not going to finish your ultimate, my friend. The Bears purchased this one with 2 ultimates and now continue their run. They're going to have forward spawn as well, Chase.
Yeah, they will have forward spawn. Lily's going to get there pretty quick on the back of Gunslinger. They have 3 on payload, and not only have they hit their forward spawn, they're almost to the end with 7 minutes on the board. I think we have a very clear distinction on who is winning when it comes to these more push maps where staggers are prominent.
No high noon for you, my friend. CELV comes out of that one, gets slept on out, snoozes while the clock hits 12. Little midday nap right there. Queen of Ashes, Battle Ooze both going to be taken out. That's Luwuthy with a big one on the other side, but I don't think that's going to be enough right here to be able to get the Bears back to fighting position.
Nah, Luwuthy, I'm surprised no one's turned around to deal with Luwuthy. They're just going to let Luwuthy walk away. For context, in these push maps, you only need one person pushing the robot for it to go max speed. So for the entire team to dedicate themselves to the robot and just allow Luwuthy to live, that's a play.
Nasty purple. That was a fair alert until the purple came off of it. Suzu lands, perfect timing. Queen of Ashes really going to have to time this one very well to time out Astral Bands to the side, even if it is their birthday. Having to get out of that one, then quick, CELV. A couple of shots across the middle, not going to find anything though. Battleuse finds Stormy first, 10 falls as well. This is a lot of pressure back and forth, but Gunslinger gets out of this one with the concussive blast. Now a purple down bottom, doesn't hit anybody, but does purchase some space. And there's a lot of ultimates glowing for the Bears.
Yeah, Maroon is going to have their third ultimate online as well. Stormy close to having this coalescence. It's going to be a matter of who can keep their Ramatra up longer.
Healer down for the side of the Maroons. Now Lily does have their res. There it comes, full 5 for the side of the Bears. Gunslinger finding a lot of attention right here as Chef Bree forced to run it down. There's the annihilation for one. Chef Bree's got to get something going on the other side and does not. Oh my god, that was ultimates dropping. Still got an annihilation form, still got a Kitsune rush, and we're not even gonna see it. Wait.
No, we might, right? They need to come. No. They have time. They have time to touch. They're probably going to make it. But we also have a massive barrage in the back, and it's going to hit. It's going to hit 3. That Valk keeping up Gunslinger.
Now looking at Chef Bree, the last alive right here. Healing where it should be damaged. CELV once again gets their number read by Luwuthy.
Ooh!
And this is half a meter away, a concussive blast maybe. This is a, 10 easy. Now the last one. That's going to be it for the side of the Bears. They're winning this one 3-1 fashion and finding their first match win of the series, putting both of these teams at 1-5 on the season.
Yeah, well earned from the Bears, in my opinion. They had some misplays, but they did a great job of coordinating their ultimates, keeping Battle Ooze alive, and the reward was winning their match, their first map of the season. I love to see them switch back to the Cole Cassidy as well as the Farah. I feel like that was working well for them in the first 2 maps. Fell a little bit on the third. You saw some cheeky Torb plays, weren't really about it. Swap back, won the series.
Just as simple as that one. And it was so interesting. The Luwuthy CELV duel back and forth constantly. Even though CELV switched on over to the Sojourn. I think we saw Cassidy as well right there from the Hanzo. There was a lot tried. Nothing really found payload though. Chase.
No, unfortunately not for Eastern Eagles Maroon, but that's gonna be State University of New York at Potsdam. The Bears taking it 3-1 this week in well-deserved fashion. We will be back here very soon on the top of the hour here in about 25 minutes. We got North Central Technical College, the NTC Timberwolves, up against Morningside Esports in the Emergence Heartland Division. You'll have myself and Tugboat once again on that cast. Go grab some popcorn, use the bathroom, and stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. If you caught the first set, welcome to the NECC broadcast. If you're just tuning in now, my name is Chase Nuclear Nukem. I'm joined once again by FBI Tugboat. We got NTC Timberwolves in the Emergence Heartland Division fighting up against Morningside Esports. It's a 4-2 record versus a 6-1 record. Tugboat, we got a match ahead of us.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Now, 4-2-6-1 might just seem like one team has only played 6 games, one team's played the full 7, but here we have this is very important to pay attention to. Whenever we're talking about, potential underdogs, favored teams coming in. Simple fact of the matter is that the NTC, the North Central Technical College Timberwolves, have played these. They have 4 Ws, but 2 of these Ws have come off the back of forfeit wins, and those are the last few matches they played here. So the last few times they have truly gone up to be tested for whatever reason, the team they're playing against did forfeit. So 2-2 outside of that, and their wins losses look the exact same. Started this one off with a loss against Concordia, Wisconsin, 3-0, then came back 3-0, then dropped a loss 3-1 to Northwestern, then took a win 3-1 against Blue Gold Esports. This is a squad that's been all across the board and back again, Nuke. Whereas I just gotta say the Morningstar Mustangs have been much more on the ball. Their one loss was again to Concordia, Wisconsin. So, excuse me, but that was 3-1 as well. So if we have kind of like something to sort of try and draw a comparison between these two teams, this is more the
Yeah,
Morningstar Mustangs that took this squad 3-1, whereas the other team lost 3-0.
absolutely. You could also look at the Northwestern College set, right? NTC Timberwolves falling 1-3 to Northwestern, and Morningside squeezing out a narrow victory in week 5, 3-2. So I think that could be a pretty big testament to where these teams sit. I don't think we're going to see a massive skill disparity in this game for sure. I think it's going to be very close, and who knows? NTC is known to be a team that can upset. So maybe they'll upset some folks tonight on the Morningside roster. Speaking of rosters, let's head right into the roster lineup for these squads. On the side of NTC Esports, we got Dragorio, Ravangelion, Nutmeg, a Monkey, and Sharp Mixon.
Yep, that's going to be what pretty much a younger squad, right? Bunch of sophomores, bunch of freshmen on this one, and really all across the board. Data analytics, a little bit similar to cybersecurity. Pre-nursing has nothing to do with these. The rest, IT, sort of like video production, but generally 5 players with very different majors. Let's go ahead, take a look.
Backgrounds, yeah.
Morningside Mustangs. We got Ben HD Killer, HDB Killer, henceforth referred to as Ben Killer. I think that'd be a little bit easier. Sometime, JX Prez, henceforth referred to as Prez. Ace, and Up the Ante. Up the Ante coming in. We promise it's a collegiate player. We have no idea what their major is, though, as they gave us no information.
Yeah, it'd be like it's a classic case of it truly be like that sometimes. And I guess we didn't say what we're heading towards, but Ban was on Antarctica first, and we're heading into Lijiang Tower as our first map, a popular staple here in the NECC.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Lovely Jang Tower. Lovely Jang Tower forever. A great place to get boobs as a Lucio main. Banning Antarctica? What is going on? The new map hatred? The new map slander coming in here? What's going on here, guys? Yeah, I know you said you didn't like the Shambhala Monastery payload map and whatnot. Antarctica in control? I thought this was a fantastic addition right here. They're out here banning it first? What's going on here, Nuke? What's going on here?
I don't know what's going on, but last week, if you tuned in, we had Antarctica pick on Antarctica pick, and I switched to my background Antarctica. I'm an Antarctica stan. I love this map. So, seeing it on the ban list, maybe they're not comfortable around it. I'm not quite sure, but we're going to tell soon, see exactly what's going on in these teams' head as we dissect these matches bit by bit going into Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, and I think that Li Jiang might just kind of be a situation of like a comfort picks and whatnot, right? Compositions that they don't want to switch up too much. Then we'll take a look at this one first. Now, speaking of beautiful map, absolutely beautiful map. Sometime Ace, Ben HD Killer, Up the Ante, and JX Prez taking a look at some of these more interesting facts about some of these players. Ben HD Killer, one word, Tapatio, the hot sauce here, folks. Tapatio.
Okay.
I like it.
Tapatio. Liking the Tapatio. I personally, coming from a Smash Brothers background, would love to see a monkey on the sticks as a Game and Watch main in Smash Bros. I think that's pretty interesting. Let's see how they can do on the Winston in this first map. I think going into it, both of these teams, smart picks. Both teams are going to run the Symmetra, try to get the strat in the window, and get to point first.
Speaking of right now, I love the Echo pick. A lot of attention, but that's going to be enough for some time. Kind of channeling their inner Selvi right now. 2 picks, both DPS. See you later, Timberwolves.
I make the comment about the Echo, they immediately swap to Tracer. Caster's Curse already taking effect. Points not unlocked yet. And speaking of which, sometime already at 45% on this Hanzo.
Yeah, wow. Insane stuff. Obviously, the old reduction early, the first little bit of this game, but still absolutely crazy to be chilling at 50, halfway there as of right now. Dragorio just trying to find a way in edgewise. There's a boop! That's not going to be enough, but oh! The block! Perfect time there from Ben HD Killer, keeping his supports away from getting killed. Gonna have their work cut out for him as Dragorio puts a lot of attention right here. Evangelion gonna be taken out as well as Dragorio. That's gonna be the only NTC losses coming into this one.
You brought that up in the last set as well, Tugboat. You know, just run a shield tank, throw up the shield. That Pharah is going to do nothing against a shield.
Why did Ben HD just give that up?
I don't know. That was odd. I also was not ready for that. Stepped off point, came in, and gave it up to the Timberwolves, who's now racking up some percentage.
Yes, they are. Now with the Fairy here and not looking to get anywhere. Prez. Oh, no K against both of them. And this is so smart because Dragorio is going to know 100% that the JX Prez of the Anti have no healing capabilities to get out from that one. That definitely doesn't have a sound barrier. So, a fantastic utilization. I mean, 2 supports the price of 1. I'm with it.
Yeah, I was hoping. I think Dragorio was hoping to take out both supports. That's why they went around the backside of the point, right? Was looking for some shots with the blaster on Pharah. Wasn't quite able to secure the kill. They were keeping each other alive. Said, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna pop the barrage and see what happens. Got a double, and Timberwolves are gonna hold the advantage now.
Do you have a Dragon on board, not done with the run quite yet, is sometime until Ben HD's got something to mention on the subject. Sharp MX, nice stick. That's going to be a lot onto the Reinhardt. You got to get over there. You got to give Ben your attention until Gregorio finishes this one up. Now, Timberwolves, 70%. We're looking close to 1 fight territory here, Nuke.
Yeah, we are looking close to 1 fight territory. That fight as well was going very narrowly in either direction for each team. It seemed even, and then Ravangelion popping the Valkyrie, keeping the rest of the team alive, and rezzing a Monkey was an A-star play to keep the Timberwolves ahead.
The nano boost to Rissa to start this off. Speaking of a Monkey of advantage right now, that's going to be 1 support here down. Now the sound barrier from Morningside. Monkey's going to have a tough time trying to get value from this Primal Rage after that one. Here it comes! No! Dragorio versus the Death Blossom. Death from above versus Death from below. That's going to be it popping up. Not going to be enough. Dragorio finds Ace and negates out any kind of value that Death Blossom was going to have. Now Timberwolves on 99. Got a touch here just to contest. That Orisa is here, and a Monkey is going to find a lot more problems trying to get this one done. Nutmeg on the other side right here. Wow, almost goes all the way off the side right there, but that's going to be enough for a take.
Thank God Kiriko can wall climb, otherwise Nutmeg would have found themselves in a pretty nutty situation. Absolutely, the Timberwolves going to give it up at 99%. However, they do have the Pulse Bomb online. They have Kitsune coming up. They just got to be aware of Ben HD Killer's Terror Surge, because that could cause a fracture in their play.
Is it a boop? It was a boop. Okay, 2 players down very quickly from Morningside right now, as this is the Timberwolves that are just on the cusp right now of taking this one back. Ace just trying to find a way in edgewise, not going to matter. Now Lucio and Orisa away. That's it. This is going to go the way of the Timberwolves. I don't think they're going to have time to contest.
I don't think so either, and honestly, I'm going to chalk up this first point to a healing death, Tugboat. I mean, Ravangelion getting the reses off on point, Nutmeg with some beautiful protection Suzus, as well as great utilization of the Kitsune, is going to keep the Timberwolves ahead.
Nicely done. This is exactly how the NTC Timberwolves wanted to come out at this one. North Central Technical College here in the Emergence Heartland Division with Morningside. Takes point one on Li Jiang. There's going to be Morningside at least posturing up for a switch to hit scan. I'm not against this. They can pretty much guarantee that Gregorio is going to be up there with the pharmacy combination again, right?
Right, they have to take out Ravengelion if they want a chance. They gotta pick one of these healers. Nutmeg actually swapping over to the Lucio, maybe for the boot potential on this map?
Not against that. Up the ante doing the same kind of thing, but the rollout's got to be perfect right here. And at the end of the day, either team can just go, on the backside right now. This is the entirety of Morningside Esports headed by Ace and Ben HD Killer. Getting up close and personal. Now the Gregorio on the Tracer, trying to go for a little bit of a flank action in the back.
Yeah, I like Sharp on this Reaper to complement Gregorio's Tracer now. They're going to be able to cause some havoc in the back line.
Sometime barely able to get out of this one. Now just taken to the walls for a couple seconds is up the ante. Now, player right there. That was almost a decent little boop action onto a monkey, but now Gregorio, all right here, can't quite get to it. That's a boop onto the boop kill, excuse me. I don't believe that the Reaper was actually sent off the other side, but a wholehearted win early from Morningside Esports.
Yeah, Morningside coming back with a vengeance, and hopefully they can keep their feet planted on point this time. Tugboat, Ben HD Killer falling back a little bit on that first point, narrowly allowing the Timberwolves to take point. Hopefully this time they're able to hold this corner. And I love this Orisa here, as you saw it right there. The Javelin can be a huge play on this corner, as well as the wheel, just displacing the enemy team.
Little boop action, they monkeys right back into it. During that time, though, they did not get healing. Ravengelion's got to get a lot onto them and got to get it onto them quick before they monkey. The rest of the Timberwolves got to get involved in this hard point soon. Nicely done. That was a perfect call of where exactly this one was coming. Now looking to the left. That's a couple of different players. Does get damage. I think that's just a monkey that took it.
Yeah, they used a lot of abilities there, though. There was a lot of utilization. NTC should definitely look to push in. They used the Suzu to try to get out of that, so 100% the Timberwolves should be able to hold here.
Wow, yeah, so both support ultimates as well used for the Timberwolves, and we're looking already one fight territory here, Nuke.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb coming online. Ace is going to have that visor as well. Morningside's got to be very careful about how they use ults here. They do not want to blow everything on this point because they may need a little bit extra in the tank if NTC takes it back.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive source of damage. Down, throw. Yeah, all shall fall before the amplified nano boost, or amplified aimbot, amplified.
Yeah, it was an amplified aimbot. And I mean, we saw it in the first match, right? An amplified nano boost aimbot. It just happens.
Yep. That's going to be enough. This one was a lot more one-sided than our first map was. It looks like Morningside Esports has found their footing. The Mustang is getting ready to go for the Stampede.
Absolutely. And the Timberwolves going back into the cave, hopefully not hibernating for too long. We're going to see a little bit of a switch in the roster. A monkey swapping over to the Reinhardt. I think this is overall a better play. Gregorio is going to be once again on the Symmetra. Saw it a bit in the first round, but then they swapped immediately over to Tracer. Sharp on the Skull Cassidy. I mean, this may be the swaps that NTC needs. I actually love the swap to May. I think that pairs so much better with the Reinhardt.
I'd have to agree. Once you throw a Nutmeg Lucio on in there and get that speed boost, should be enough. You gotta. I was gonna say you can't abandon your Reinhardt in the front though. A monkey, really close. That is so tempting. That is so tempting. Just keep on swinging. Ben HD Killer got so low right there. Prez already up to about 40%. Gets the rest. Other players needing their attention right now as Baptiste does get the. Going to save onto Sharp right there, but Ben HD Killer, that's a tank fall, and I'm going to say that's a tank div. Ace right now getting shots in. Up the ante is the only player, or excuse me, the Lucio here is the only player left for this Reinhardt though, and Ace actually charges into that. Not 100% sure what the idea was, but I do know that the Timberwolves are taking point first.
Absolutely. Target priority is #1 priority when you're playing Overwatch, so they should not be in a situation where Ben HD Killer gets that low. They gotta capitalize on those kills. It's going to be Ben pushing in alone as well. Notice a beautiful play around this Reinhardt shield for the side of the Timberwolves. Just holding down point, creating massive space with this Blizzard. It looks like they're going to hold and send Morningside back to the spawn room, contemplating their decisions and possibly making a couple of swaps.
I'm not against that one. Charge Up as a monkey is just trying to find a little bit of room, a little bit of extra yardage up at the front they can purchase on the cheap. Sometime back with the rest of Morningside, they'll be pushing on into this one in just a minute. At what point do you switch off the Orisa if it doesn't work?
As soon as you use this Terror Surge, right? You have Terror Surge now, you have to use it.
I know you can't see me, but I'm grimacing a little bit. That's a 5-kill here against Morningside. Timberwolves do it with only one. Oh, excuse me. They use 2. They use Ray Evangelion's amplification matrix.
Yep, they did, and now they have the Terror Surge. To answer your question, I think that they absolutely need to use this Terror Surge. Maybe turnover point. If Ben dies here, then they definitely look at a swap.
12 o'clock up top. Take a look at the clock. Ace falls. Prez as well. So a little bit of back and forth right here. Morningside facing this one at a massive disadvantage, and yeah, it's about time for that Orisa switch. We'll see how this one goes. As now the high noon coming out. Nutmeg down. Sharp on the way right there, but sometime gets taken out.
Yeah, sometime getting staggered here is gonna leave Morningside with not enough time to get to point. Sounds like the tactical visor is gonna get popped and halted immediately on the other end of a fire strike. We're gonna see up the ante, solo cap point for the side of Morningside.
Ace to switch on over to the Junkrat. I'm not against this one for the simple fact of this. They need some kind of shield break, some kind of like sectioning out, some kind of like a hero that can simply display their dominance over a certain point of this map. There's only 3 different points that they can come into this one unless you're forcing the Timberwolves to take a massive run around the back. Now, it's going to be a cancelization. Wow. Charge on the away on the other side, and Nutmeg going to be falling just like a monkey.
Yeah, the Timberwolves actually flubbing that push pretty hard. I'm going to go ahead and say it. They threw down the Blizzard expecting that they could get some space made, but it was following on the back of a monkey dying. So there was no one to take space. The space, I mean, the rest of Morningside just backed up. They did the most OP thing you can in Overwatch. They took a step back, they waited, ult went down, and now the Timberwolves having to regroup with no ultimates online.
Yeah, it's like the old meme. What if I showed you a way to negate every ultimate in the great game of Overwatch? It just shows the S key. Oh, what a shatter! Oh. My God! Morningstar Esports, you can tell how bad they want it here, Nuke.
Yeah, they are pushing back and forth. This is a full retaliation from Morningside, and they're gonna break the wall and save their Reinhardt as well. Sometime taking out Sharp to push the advantage for Morningside. NTC now stuck on the back foot, stumbling a bit back in the spawn room with Morningside now having 2 ultimates in their back pocket going on 3. Morningside has flipped this 3rd point on its head.
Yeah, both of amplification matrices, but Ace has got to get this tire on board. Just like Sharp has got to get theirs. If we see Dragoria with a Blizzard, this one is over. I'm going to call it now. Here comes the tire. Through Matrix and down bottom. Takes out both members of the supporting crew for the side of the Timberwolves. Now looking for a little bit of a evening out factor. This is nothing. This is not. This is zilch. This is Sharp hoping, wishing, grasping at straws. There's the Blizzard that we wanted, but it's not going to have the same effect. Sometime right here. Now getting on top of this one. This did go the other way, but immediately Sharp gets the assistance from the sound barrier. Nutmeg keeping this one alive, but Revangelion Nutmeg only going to be able to get a bunch of healing out of players that aren't even there right now. Morningside Esports getting super low. Ben HD as well. That's going to be the first, and Morningside has taken Lijiang.
Wow. Morningside Esports coming back in a vengeance in this first map. From 99%, the Timberwolves were scratching to win this point, desperately clawing their way into victory, but Morningside blindsiding them, taking the dub of the first map. Beautiful Earth Shatter coming out from a monkey on the side of NTC for the play of the game.
Yeah, that I earned all the way through 100% right here, my man. That was an insane map to go back 99 to 100 in the last. First map also very very back and forth. Second map maybe not so much. The Timberwolves did take like a little bit of progress in the second map, right? Or was that 100 to 0?
Oh, no, no, no. They took a little bit of progress.
Yeah, just like a little
Yeah.
something, a little bit of like a consolation prize.
Little something. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little something, something. That's going to be a lot of Morningstar pressure here and early. Taking a look once again at players that, you did this here. Obviously, we don't have our second map quite yet, so we can't say, oh, this is going to go down here. But just like the way that these two teams fought, I'd have to say this is a Ben HD killer. Gotta keep it on to the Reinhardt. Like if this next map is a Reinhardt map in any way, shape, or form, Kings Row, for example, perfect example. If it's a Kings Row, Ben HD killer plays anything else but Reinhardt, we're gonna take away his Tapatio for the week. Okay, no more hot sauce for you for a week. You had to have spicy takes for one day. No Tapatio for you.
Absolutely. And I think that Reinhardt is working if we've seen anything in these first couple of points. They keep running that brawl composition. I think there's nothing more sort of detrimental to your opponent's health than not being able to counter a Reinhardt that's just swinging in your face. It's so annoying to deal with, especially with the Mei to complement. If this series goes as far as a push map, they might have their win condition because that is one of the strongest comps that you can get on a push map.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. At this point, if you see Ben HD is like, and this is, I'm not saying that the tank on the other side, I believe that was a monkey, was playing like poorly. I'm just saying that Ben
No,
HD
no, no,
Killer
no.
was just absolutely slaying it out. The sophomore biology
Hmm.
major right there, absolutely slaying this one out. Do you avoid if you're the Timberwolves, do you avoid Kings Row for the sole point of shutting down the Reinhardt play from Ben HD Killer? Yes or no, Nuke?
I think you do. I think you have to play around something more to your strengths as a team. We saw them run the pharmacy earlier, Ravengelion and Dragorio on the side of the Timberwolves. So maybe they look for more of a dive composition. A Monkey is the name of the tank player on the NTC Timberwolves. So I think that might be a testament to who they want to play. So I think they go for a map that's a little bit more in tune with dive.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be against seeing this Winston whatsoever. It just kind of seems like the Timberwolves after that, after like the first map, and just these teams kind of meeting each other, kind of feeling each other out. It just kind of seemed like the Timberwolves weren't exactly on point or on the same page when they're trying to coordinate on
No.
team fights. It also doesn't hurt that I believe that was no, not Nutmeg. Who was that? That was sometime. Yeah, that was sometime over on the Cassidy. Didn't hurt that sometime was taking picks initially, just like Selvi in the previous map first, like sometimes by like 10 seconds as well. Like it
Yeah.
makes sense to try and, especially as a DPS, it makes sense to try and purchase space up front, just to cheat up like a little bit when you're given this space. Well, when you have Cassidy's, the best 1v1 dueling character in the game still since they came out. Now with the magnetic grenade, before it was the flashbang, they do the same exact thing when it comes down to dueling. If you're going up there, you see some time, it's literally the decisions like, do I want to possibly win this? Especially if I'm playing a character that doesn't have the same kind of like semblance of a 1v1 dueling capability. Do I want to try and take this and get my team some value, thus leaving myself like way, way, way far ahead, basically, unless I'm playing a Sombra or like a Tracer or something like that I can recall? Or I do when I want to go for it and then lose, and not only am I far out and I can't even get res, even if we're playing the Mercy becomes so far in the back lines, and I'm forcing my team to play 4-5. These are just mathematical equations. These are trades on the stock market that just don't make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. They are trades because in a 5v4 situation you're not 9 times out of 10 you're not going to win that, right? It doesn't
Especially
matter
if it's
who you're
DPS
down in
down.
this game.
Especially if it's
Yeah.
DPS down this. If it's like a Lucio, if it's like a Brig, yeah, and or if it's like another healer, a Zen, and you have your Kiriko, your Moira, maybe even Mercy on the other side, as long as they have Valk, then that's a different situation. But
Right.
pretty much the only thing worse you could lose is a DPS, especially hit scan DPS. That's role is so frequently getting other DPSs down from either pocketed situations or really good high grounds or whatever else like that, flanks, whatever else like this. The only thing worse would be if you lost your tank, and there's no tank that's going to be consistently like flanking except for like a Doomfist, and that's only if you're on attack. So
Well, speaking of attack, we're going to King's Row. I was not
Hey, there you
expecting
go.
that, but here we are again. Once again, name a better duo, Overwatch and Kings Row. You can't. You can't. There's no better duo. It happens every week, regardless of what cast you're on. It's a very, very popular map. And, we saw the ban on Pariso before the pick on Kings Row, which is interesting. I thought that was going to be a pretty good dive composition, but it looks like NTC is doubling down on this brawl. They're saying, no, 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 we are the better brawl team, and we are here to prove it tonight. So as we move into Kings Row, let's see how that fares for them.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes on. Obviously, this should be Morningside, the Mustangs, the winning player on the previous, playing defense first if logic follows. We'll get confirm on that. So come on in to this one. Nope, it's going to be the Timberwolves squad here on the defense first.
Yeah, looks like they did decide defense first on the Timberwolves. Maybe they're looking for a full hold here, or I guess that makes sense. They're looking for their win condition on attack. That's going to be Dragorio, though, on a very scary Widowmaker. Sharp on that Cassidy. You actually mentioned it last round a little bit, Tugboat. Having a double sniper at the beginning of this map can spell disaster for the other team.
Really can. See how this one goes. Like, I don't think that Dragorio is going to play, like, Widow consistently. They're just going to peek out, try and find a head on to sometime Ace, up the ante, or Prez. I would say sometimes probably the best target for that as well, given that they have 225. Yep, that's the switch coming on in here. We got a May.
There it is. There it is, and I think the May pairs much better with the Reinhardt. Especially on this point, you can really section them off of some areas, really disposition the enemy team with a really good wall.
Oh, that's a huge wall right there for against Ben HD Killer. Now that is an immortality field out, but he does not have line of sight, and that's going to be enough. Both Lucio's done. Never mind, I'm done casting this one. Nicely done. The freeze, yeah, the freeze right there. Dragorio just did exactly what they needed to.
Oh my gosh, even trades all around. We're so back and forth right now. It's a healer and a DPS on both sides, but Morningside caught a little bit on the back foot as they're the ones on defense. NTC will be able to regroup and reconvene much faster.
They're just kind of rotating around, and everybody on the side of the Morningside esports squad just kind of trying to find their positions on this. Another section down. Reinhardt is a bad Reinhardt. There's a nasty charge as Ben HD Killer gets back with the rest. Not going to be enough, though, as the immortality field does get invested. But again, folks, you need line of sight. Timberwolves all over this one.
Yeah, only leaving one person on the payload. A bit of an arrogant act on the side of the Timberwolves. And I say that because it's very ballsy sending someone in. Had they lost a couple of picks there, a good wall on Morningside could have halted all of their progress. They could have got back to point. But that is a lot of could-haves, and instead what we see is NTC taking the first point and now moving through the streets of Kings Row.
Bunch of ultimates online for the Timberwolves. If the previous situation doesn't spell out the advantage right here, then I don't think this one can. There's High Noon. No, he's got no shield. That's gonna be enough.
Wow. Morningside with a beautiful shield break. There was nothing to stop the onslaught of the Deadeye. And they're going to hold, and this is a pretty popular hold of what we're seeing at this division and higher, especially in Overwatch 2. They love to stop them right outside of the Alderworth Hotel and then push up into the spawn. If they can get, if you see Morningside get a pick here, right, they're going to probably push as hard as they can into the spawn, getting as many picks as collateral as possible. But what is this? This is NTC taking the road less traveled, Deadeye from the top ropes.
Okay, that was a wasted ultimate. They just purchased space they never needed. There's the Shatter, though! All 5 in a row! Actually, the Cassidy doesn't get that one on top. That's going to be a quick trip. But I'm not talking a visit to a gas station.
Ah, geez, Rick. That was pretty insane. I was pretty good. They definitely got that Shatter around the corner and cleaned up. However,
like
you'll notice...
line.
Yeah, they were all in a line, lining up for the fire strike to follow suit. But you'll notice no one was on payload. That entire time. They won the whole fight, and they turned around and they said, wait a second, who's driving the car?
Yeah, right. Revangeline on the Ana probably should have sat back and she should have planted butt onto that payload. But the big idea is this is past the underpass right now. It's, you know, Alderworth Hotel in the rearview mirror. Nasty shatter. That's going to be a purple. Well, you know you can't kill him without that while that immortality field is up. Take it to the corner right now and just absolutely mollywhopping the Timberwolves on an absolute run here on attack.
We were really concerned with the Timberwolves coming out of the past 2 weeks on forfeits, right? Because after 2 weeks of just forfeits, it could go either way, right? Either they're completely ready to play, or they're not ready at all. Maybe they didn't get in as much practice as they want. That was silly. That's why you don't push up maybe that far.
Yeah, and pushing up like basically up to where they're at right now and utilizing this cover in the middle, that'd have been money. But, yeah, definitely not that far. Ace, onto this Bastion, is going to have several ultimates online, but this is going to be the blue squad sometime. Morningside Esports holding strong for... God, I hate this ability so much, man. I'm sorry, dude. It's just...
I do, too.
It really sucks. I'm not gonna use colorful language.
No, I mean, in a real sense, just being able to throw a grenade and it track onto someone and being able to shoot it in the air like that. I mean, you don't
see
need
that
to give
right
it
there.
everything.
It killed it. Like it exploded immediately as well because there were low HP. So there wouldn't even been like a Suzu capability or like something like that. There wouldn't have been like a Zarya bubble capability. How is that fun, fair? How is that balanced? Like I just don't.
Doesn't make sense. And it's so weird because we are in one of the best states, in my opinion, that Overwatch has been in a long time in terms of competitive integrity. But then we see crap like that, and we're like, what? This doesn't make
just
sense.
Dumb. Like I can deal with the May freeze going away. I can deal with almost any other change within this game. The mercy damage at half like seems like a little bit OP, especially like her healing herself while she's healing other people. Just like heals while you heal, so you can heal while you heal. Like what is going on? But even that is like a little bit more on the docket. Oh, what a shatter! That's a nasty purple. Also, I don't like Suzu taking away purple. Okay, now we've gotten all the things that I don't like about Overwatch 2.
And they're still holding. They're still holding. Okay, now it's gonna turn over, but wow, 2 minutes left on the clock. That was getting very narrow for the Timberwolves. Morningside having a fantastic hold thus far, and realistically, this is gonna be one of the tougher pushes for the Timberwolves. They're gonna want to dry fight for probably another 30 seconds, get a couple of ults online before they start dropping the hammer.
Here it comes. There's the amplification matrix out early. That's a completely wasted wall. But this amplification matrix being so far forward, they just took the universal ultimate counter. That is the S key.
Yep. They said, well, wait a second. We're fine. Go ahead. Go for it. And now that's Morningside down 2 ultimates. They use both the amp matrix and I guess 1 ultimate. Sorry, they use the amp matrix and then Bastion just transport.
Mortality field dusted out early. Revangeline making sure of this one here. Sound barriers, both of them just as quickly as they come. A charge that would have killed nobody as a monkey. Gets 0 health out here. That's a purple. Oh my god. Didn't have another fire strike. There's the shatter. Lose your tank early. Bad ideas. Oh, had to reload. And no, Dragorio gonna get taken down right here. Nutmeg may have found a couple, but that...
What? I'm sorry, Chuck, but what is happening here? This is so back and forth. They are flip-flopping more than my schizophrenic cousin. This is insane. It is so back and forth on both sides of these teams. For a second, they were like, all right, Timberwolves is pushing in. We got a great shatter off. Oh, they're going to wall themselves off. Well, surely they back up here, right? Nope, they full force charge into the back line to find the other side of a Cassidy. What is going on?
Unsure. Gonna have to figure this one out as we get the last 12 seconds or so. NTC, last lease on life right here. That's a lot of damage off of the shield as well as a monkey decides to switch onto, or stay onto it, excuse me. Then HD Killer on over to the Orisa. Back up and shoot through this, please. Thank you. That's gonna be boosted healing through it as well. Almost a full C9. And now that's gonna be a really bad situation for JX Perez. Gonna be able to get out of it. The Morningside Esports squad has held strong.
Poor Evangelion, just being the last person alive as the Ana. It's never a good feeling, right? Just facing down 3 people and knowing that your death is imminent.
Yeah, that's I've been in that situation before. Yes, as a Lucio main, usually you have a little bit of capability of getting out. As an Ana is just like, well, if there's 3 of them, I might have sleep dart, I might have you know, single nade, but that's usually not going to be enough. Emergence is a vision. Morningside doing a great job thus far of putting a real solid foot forward here onto the defensive stop. We'll see how they go on offense.
Yeah, they have their win conditions, certainly, right? They know exactly what's on the scoreboard, what's needed to take the second map and put them up 2-0 in the series.
Taking a look at the compositions, I'm not against the Ramatro. I just don't know, like, this is already burst damage every other way. You want sustained damage with a Discord Orb. And
yeah.
That's Sharp, Cassidy,
you can
the
do
Hanzo,
a ton with that Discord.
I mean, yes, you can do a lot with it, but generally sustained damage is what's going to be, you know, name of the game. You know, a May like the Ace is playing, Soldier 76, you know, the Echo, something like this.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a Discord Orb on top of that nano boosted Hanzo, though, that's going to be tough. Really, what's going to determine NTC's success here on defense is their target priority. They have a lot of single target damage heroes they're focusing on, and it's going to be hinged on their success of how well they're able to communicate who they're focusing.
Monkey actually is the only one here with Pummel that has a non-ultimate group damage ability. Everybody else is solo damage all the way through. Every single shot can only do damage to one single player. I guess the magnetic grenade. I'm just trying to push the magnetic grenade away, far away from my memory and my mental facilities as I can here, I suppose. Nuclear.
Sure. Sure. Sometime wrapping around the corner. Oh, what is this? That was a flick of a headshot, taking out this Ramatra A Monkey, who's deciding to make a solo adventure back to point. 4 people on the point. That's gonna flip it over very quickly for Morningside.
Another headshot onto Nutmeg. This is the other thing that I'm concerned with. Now Monkey on over to the Rhine. Maybe a little bit of shielding for the Zenyatta. Not against that.
Yeah, they're gonna just take some space now, not allow them to regroup here. Gregorio looking for some shots on this Hanzo. That's gonna be a Dragon Strike to take more space for Ben HD Killer. We were talking about how Ben has been a dominant force in this match thus far, and I feel if you're dominating, Orisa switch is the pick. That character has so much utility, so much capability, and if you're feeling on top, that's the play.
So I want to go ahead and point out a very, very minor mistake from Morningside. Ben HD had about 150 health left off of him. JX Prez was like 96. The ante, though, a little bit farther away on the Lucio, and a lot of Lucio healing quickly is the name of the game when you want to get to sound barriers. As it is, Morningside is going to be fighting this one with no further damage from up the ante at about 82% ultimate, again with no further damage. Ben HD Killer, 96 on this one. They'll see that Terra Surge here soon. Take a look at Ant Matrix right now. Again, the most effective anti... Ooh, gets a little bit of damage, but Sharp actually like catches a little flack themselves and kind of maybe lost it a little bit. Snake the sleep! Not going to be enough. Wow, so they actually... so they actually slept Ben HD Killer, and that was, like, for most of that, the only player left on the point to actually go forth and push this.
And they have a lot of time to do it, right? 5 minutes and 10 seconds, like, and they're just stuffing their face.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes is a lifetime within the great game of Overwatch, especially when you're talking about a 15 meters away. Looking at a flank right now. Some time. Nope, takes it down bottom. Takes out their counterpart. Yes, Gregorio can't even hit the top of the ladder right there. And 7% away from a Dragons as well. Nutmeg is going to have this trance. When do they push it? Got to get this one going eventually. Never mind. Funky here, the nano boost. Swinging for the fences. That's sometime up
Monkey's still
first.
going
Sharp
for it.
also taken out right here. That's only going to be one DPS take for the side of Morningside Esports.
But they have the time, right? They got 4 meters left, 5 meters left to make it through.
Yeah.
And the Timberwolves are making a last-minute swap over to Widowmaker. I mean, it works on this final point, but is it going to work into a Mei? Is it going to work into a Hanzo? I don't know.
Yeah, this is required of the full charge. Can't even play around that one. Well,
Yes!
hey, what
Yes,
was that
it will.
question, Nuke? What was that question? I didn't quite hear it.
Oh, the casting curse has not been on my side this entire game.
Ben HD's really spreading the field right here. Ace now the switch on over to this Junkrat. I have to wonder if this is for the purpose of trying to dislodge the Jagorio Widow.
I think so. It would make sense. I hope so.
Oh!
Okay! Okay! Oh! Sometimes it happens.
He's trying to get the definitive like angle on that one and sacrifice the body. Just dove for these, right? I'm sorry. I should. It is funny. Anyone who tells you that Overwatch isn't a funny game, you can tell them to go screw off.
I mean, if you watch that and you didn't laugh, you're a sociopath. That was pretty good.
Saw we sometime. You'll have another try here in just a little bit. Comes the Infrasight. Ben HD once again kind of spreading the field right here as Infrasight does come through. Gregorio's got to utilize this one, but nobody there on the other side. High Noon just used for zoning right now for Sharp. That's going to be really good. And up the ante, and the rest of Morningside just needs to get out right now. There's no chance of them winning this with Lucio Healer, and that's it. Well, they forced out an ultimate, and that's not too bad.
They're going to take out Ben. They're down a tank, and that is a very angry Reinhardt on the other side of the field. So that should be a full regroup from Morningside. They still have 2 minutes left, but that clock is definitely ticking.
I'm curious. So, like, you see how Sharp killed sometime, obviously the magnetic grenade. Can Ryan pick somebody else up in his charge? Like, if one person dies? Like, if there's another person on the other side, could he have picked up?
Oh, yeah. I would imagine so. Yeah, that
I'm
would make
pretty
sense.
sure I've seen that. Yeah. So we're getting comp from production. So, technically, you could see a Reinhardt charge pick up all 5 members of a team. I now have my new my new goal for casting. There's Surge. There's the trance on the other side. That's a nasty purple. And maybe this is just how 5 minutes turns into, well, a lot less than that, folks.
Yeah, they are locking down this point. And sometime on this Hanzo, it's working to a point, but they're not finding the heads and getting the picks for it to make sense for Morningside to run this. I mean, they have the sound barrier going into this next fight, but it all but seems they're going to need to dry fight just a tad so that they can really secure the end of this map.
It's just hard to get. Oh man,
Oh!
it's hard to. I was gonna say it's hard to get value with a Dragon Strike by itself. Well, it's even harder to get value when sometimes dead.
Yeah, there's no Dragon Strike available. Jagorio playing this high ground beautifully.
Well, there's the Dragons out.
From base.
That's all the way from point. That's right down the middle as well. There's the okay, so Ace actually chasing that one down. High Noon. That was ballsy. That's going to be enough. Yeah, so Ben HG drops it for just a second, takes damage from the Zenyatta and more. Now it's just going to be DPS on DPS. There's no tanks to be spoken of. That's going to be Morningside. Push it all the way, and they take it here. Just barely. Just as close as map one was.
It was getting down to the ticker. We were not... I was fully expecting NTC to just continue holding, but taking out the Star Reinhardt player on the side of NTC, Monkey, really paved the way for them to win. That's so goofy in my opinion. Just the amplification matrix and Ace firing off into it. Just the it's just silly. It's silly.
It is, yeah. It is the stuff that supports nightmares and made it of Nuke. I can tell you that one. I can tell you that one. If we look at this game, I want to say that really, especially until like last point, both teams get there and stuff. One team obviously 5 minutes or so. This is just like decided almost entirely by the DPS right here. It kind of just seemed like both Timberwolves, Reinhardt right here, and the Morningside that their tanks are just consistently just trying to find positioning and then just giving up their lives or using their ultimates, but not to like a full like 5-person or team wipe effect, or even combining it with something else. You know,
Yeah.
the Timberwolves even stayed alive on this one for no other reason than how many headshots? Like seriously, how many headshots was it that that was Gregorio, right? The Gregorio
Yeah,
the
those are
DPS.
Gregorio was on the Widowmaker, Sharp was on Cole Cassidy.
Like Nutmeg Good, Gregorio with the Widowmaker, consistently finding picks on the squishies on the other side. If they did come into this with like 330 or so, different story. This would have been
Oh
Morningside
yeah.
losing it and Timberwolves tying the series back up.
Oh, 100%. The Widowmaker was starting to scare me on the side of NTC. Gregorio was hitting those shots, was adding the value. And that's the thing about playing snipers in Overwatch 2. It's either going to work or it's not, right? And it
Yeah.
very clearly was working for a solid, 5 minutes they had on the clock. It was
Yeah.
constant pushing, and then it was a halt for 5 minutes. Morningside narrowly taking the victory. Maybe this is a closer set than what we had originally anticipated, Tugboat. This is while it's 2-0 in the favor of Morningside, it's been pretty back and forth.
Yeah, I would have to agree with this one. And this only gets cracked from the sim switch as well. From the sim switch on a
Mhm.
teleporter, dragons are sent like literally all the way from point, and so this gives like the UI occlusion, right? It's concealment, not cover. It's like the dragons don't block shots, but they do keep your opponents from seeing you. So the Widowmaker stays up top, doesn't quite see this teleporter, and by the time they do, it's too late. A Reinhardt, a sim
Yep.
comes up top there. That is a lot of close range damage, and that's everything that need to be purchased for the Morningside offense to push this one. I think they had like 70 seconds or something like that, though, coming into second point with like 5 minutes and 10 seconds or something like this. Like,
Yeah,
crazy
they had
stuff.
it a crazy amount of time. But the time is ticking down for NTC. Backs up against the wall. Now down 2-0 in this series. Are they going to come back? Is the reverse sweep going to happen, or is the janitor coming in the other way? Other way is Morningside
Yeah.
going to sweep this series out? Fine tune or stay tuned and find out after this short
Yeah.
break. Good evening and welcome back once again. The NTC Timberwolves take on Morningside Esports. I'm Chase Newcomb, joined by Tugboat. It's 2-0 right now in favor of Morningside Esports on the Emergence Heartland division, and they are playing for their match victory with a 7-1 record, which should put them in contention for the first seed in this division. Tugboat, what does NTC have to do coming back into this third map to put it back to Morningside?
It's really just one thing, that is keep the tank alive a little bit more. There's been a lot of attention on keeping their DPS alive, and sure, DPS take picks and whatnot, but tanks also take picks and they mitigate damage. Their ultimates are also literally what these DPS need to go forth and get advantage. Yep, Tac Visor is nice, and Genji Blade is nice, even Attire. These things are nice. They are also things that can be very quickly and easily negated out when you do not combine them with some of the sort of ability, ultimate ability. It's been a long day, man.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, we're getting into late night hours over here at the NECC. I love to NECC it. Ban Shambali going into picking Junkertown. I have
Yeah,
Prod yelling in my ear right now. It's beautiful.
the Shimbali, snub yet again, dude. It's a brand new map. Are we gatekeeping our map picks? What is going on here, people? We've already done Kings Row a little bit earlier. All we did Lee Jang Tower with no Antarctica, right? Like, come on. But nah, we are gonna get little Junkertown action. It's not the oldest of maps, not the newest of maps by any means, but a lot of longer range capabilities here initially. At least on first point, I would not be surprised if we see a Dragorio with a... There you go.
There it is. I could have guessed the same going into this first point.
It's fair. It is a very, very easy pick here, Nuke. Sometime on the other side, on this Hanzo, these are things you love to see.
Yeah, sometime on this Hanzo is definitely gonna need to find heads a lot easier than in the previous maps. The value started to fall off a little bit. I think having Ace on this Soldier 76 is a good look for this roster because Morningside really needs that extra healing for the front line so that Up the Ante can focus on making sure the back line is taken care of.
Especially given that Anna is going to have so many opportunities to put that button to a corner and see how this one goes. Both Mercy and Anna on either side, both a Cassidy on either side, but our differences come the Widowmaker and the Soldier 76, as well as with this little tank play, little Sigma action here for our defenders, excuse me. Nope, our offenders, I got it backwards.
Yeah, offenders, so that's going to be NTC on offense, Morningside on D Sports on defense.
Ooh. Hey, you know that Sigma can still see you, right? Okay, I was about to say. Somebody's got to let him know. Dragorio's been playing a shutout Widowmaker last time, but a hyper-aggressive Ben HD killer. Remember, Dragorio just not really exactly... I'm not going to lie, I mean, Dragorio found like 3 kills with the amount of space and heads that they found earlier. Like on the King's Row. There's the first one, but give it right back to him. That's going to be a res up here. A Monkey is going to take up the anti-pick for their aggression. The res did come through, though, so this should be defenders fighting this one to an advantage.
Yeah, that's Sharp now wrapping around as well, looking at Dragorio. Dragorio with a great grappling hook, getting out of dodge and back with their team. Sometime, look at this angle, taking a great angle, waiting for them to push up, hopefully finding a head.
The most skillful of plays here from Sharp. And you know what? That's just beautiful. You should get a res off of that. The anti finding this one. Sigma's got to get some attention. You got to get some love here from the rest of the Morningside Esports healers, and they do. There's a Nano Boost. There's a Annihilation. There's a lot of attention right now, and there's a Nano Boost of their own Ben HD killer. Sigma on Ramatra. I know who wins this one, especially now that that one is over with. Up and down we go. That's going to be enough for Evangelion taking on to Sometime as well. That's going to be the defensive side of Morningside taking advantage early. My goodness, Evangelion not going to be able to get out of this one. And once again, the Ramatra just gets absolutely bullied by Sigma right now.
Yeah, Nutmeg trying to keep Ramatra alive with these biotic grenades. And I It's an interesting switch. We saw Nutmeg just previously on the Kiriko, and we're seeing closer and closer more of a mirror composition, especially of healers right now for both sides. Really trying to get through this first point is NTC, giving it their all. Morningside really wanting to hold this defense.
Ooh, nice dragons. That's going to take out the tank for the other side, and Morningside just pins themselves up. About, what, 20 seconds more?
Yeah, which is, with 1 minute left, that's a third of the remaining time. Like, that was a great play from Morningside to create some space. Absolutely.
Yeah, Dragorio's switching. There's the... Okay, so they're doing this against a Hanzo, a Soldier 76, a Sigma, and an Ana. The only one who isn't going to have a solid opportunity at it is up the ante, and if they pull Valkyrie, then they will.
Yeah, very interesting.
I don't know what the idea here is.
We haven't seen Dragorio on the Sphera until the first map. Or since the first
There's
map.
the res. Ooh, Dragorio's got the number right there. Plays out the res perfectly. And Dragorio, I was talking smack. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah, finding the Mercy, especially with up the Anta having Valkyrie, they're going to need to use their nano boost. A Ben HD killer ignoring the Ramattra, trying to get back into the back line, trying to take out this Ana and Nutmeg, but Nutmeg now on a slaying rage for the side of NTC.
Up the ante right there, try to get their own res in, but this is going to be a push for the offensive side in overtime as well. Perez just... I mean, Perez could have literally waited 3 seconds and done this with the Hanzo. I don't know what the idea here is, man. Everybody on either side of these teams are, like, individuals are making really bad decisions.
I mean, I feel like that is just a staple in this game, right? You know to just group up and go in together. You had clearly enough time to at least get 2 of you on the point, and I think the thought from Prez was, I'm going to get in and I'm going to stall. But you can't stall on first point of Junkertown as a Lucio. It doesn't work like that. There's nothing to stall around.
Like, at the absolute least, you wait for the Hanzo to come up top, so at least their attention will be posted up there, or at least the Hanzo can take picks while you're dying on the middle, so they can jump down and get their own done. There are chess plays that need to happen, that need to be coming through right here that just simply aren't.
Yeah, and NTC, because of those plays, NTC is finding their grit back into this match, and that just goes to show you how close both of these teams are. If Morningside is caught slipping, NTC is going to pick up the slack, and we've seen that time and time again.
A Monkey just wastes the best ultimate that they have on board right now, given that Dragorio can only get this barrage with one other, or against one player. Kind of surprised they get out with the life right here. Turn your attention to the top. Nope, okay. Yeah, again, Dragorio just playing like they're invisible, apparently.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the first map.
You had a Soldier 76, you had a Hanzo, and you had a Baptiste on the other side. Baptiste doesn't even jump up in the air. I just don't get it.
But look at this, look at this. NTC is pushing in, and Morningside is actually waiting. They're holding their time, and they may wait too long. The pacing is just not quite there, Tugboat. I feel like they may need to take some music classes and really understand what the flow should look like here, because it's just a tad off. Now, with that being said, Morningside had a great first hold, so they only have 2 minutes left for NTC to make it. They could still full hold here.
A lot of damage right here. We'll see Morningside's dragons in just a little bit. They'll probably push them out from the left side so that most of these dragons are initially covered. Ace, Dragorio, both falling. This is a little Ramattra on Ramattra action. There's the amplification matrix. Monkey knows it. You got to get away from this one. There's the dragons right down the middle right now, and that's going to be sectioning out the right side of this payload. Evangeline, last dead. Ben HD, try to get the finishing blow, but really just knock them into those dragons. Now Nutmeg on the back foot.
Ooh. That was a good sleep, but it's not going to do much.
At what cost? At what cost? Shots and magnetic grenade. What's up?
I just said, at what cost?
Yeah.
I was agreeing with you, 100%. No, not worth the cost if you're an Ana getting staggered, right? You got a minute left. It's not worth it.
I mean, on offense, at least it's like a shorter roll, but there's no Lucio, there's no Junker Queen to affect this movement ability on the other side. This is NTC. They got up to this point and have since then not been playing exactly how they need to.
Yep, and that's going to be a massive annihilation now pushing up through the staircase, followed by a great sound barrier to pair Suit up the ante, taking out Dragorio as that barrage starts. That's going to be an ultimate down for NTC, but they're going to retaliate with an annihilation of their own, trying to push into point, and they're going to cancel it early, actually. Up in the room, they decide to cancel it because they don't have all of their members. They recognize the push is all for naught, and they're going to regroup.
What? So you give up a Deadeye, you give up a High Noon to go into a Tracer when you have 20 seconds left. The idea of a Tracer is to get back there in the nick of time. This at least could have been like a zoning ultimate, or like literally could have gone where Sharp is right now, and then pulled out the High Noon.
It's baffling.
1 second left right here. J-Prez, Immortality Field down at the bottom. Amplification Matrix out as well as now. That's a nasty tack visor. All up in it. Ace doesn't care about anything. Reckless right now. That's going to purchase enough. Both Sometime and Ace were so low. But that's going to be enough right here for them to keep it alive. A purple doesn't matter if you're a Morningside Esports squad. The Tracer back right here. She might have her Tracer bomb here soon. Nutmeg doing a fantastic job their own, keeping that one alive until Ace has got something to change up about this one. Revenge Lion switching over to this is onto the Kiriko now. Monkey switching on over and now into the Doomfist. This is stall territory.
Yeah, and it's starting to work. The stick's going to fall through. They're actually going to hit Ace because the sound barrier is going to go a little bit low, but that's going to be Ben HD Killer putting the nail in the coffin, hitting the annihilation, and it's actually going to be a C9 on the side of the Timberwolves. They had no one on the point. Morningside could have kept up that fight, but NTC didn't have point management down to a par.
Yeah, so the way I look at this one is that like basically what we just saw is just spelling out how when a team all just gets super aggressive, they can just get what they need. They can clear a point. This is Morningside Esports off the back of that sound barrier. That basically tells everybody like, hey guys, like unless you really screw up, take like 2 headshots from a Hanzo back to back after charge somehow, like you're not going to die in the next couple of seconds, right?
Yep.
So just go forth. I'll turn on speed boost. You swing for the fences, get close damage up where you can, pull everybody off a point, and they do. 2 points on board for the Timberwolves. Now, this isn't going to be easy for Morningside, but at least it is not a completed map.
And they have their win condition, right? If they make it to the second point because the Timberwolves didn't make it all the way, then that's series. Morningside just takes it 3-0. And speaking of Morningside, Tugboat, these are some interesting changes we're seeing. Some characters on heroes that we've not seen all series.
Yeah, Ace on over to this Echo. I believe we've seen Ben HD Killer play the Monkey on the first map. No, we did not. No, we did not. Yeah, so 100% true. And Prez on the Zenyatta, so 2 soft supports here for the side of Morningside Esports. MTC Timberwolves is going to be looking to come something completely different with 2 main supports.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Sometime on this Widowmaker. I don't think I've seen Ace on this Echo. I don't think we've seen... I mean, HD Ben Killer we've maybe seen on the Monkey once, if anything. Prez we've not seen on this loot.
This is smart strat. So what NTC is going to do is they're just going to give up the entire first point and then fight on the second, which is obviously what they're doing right now. What is going on?
Why? Wait, why are they giving up the entire first point?
I'm being a sarcastic asshole. I'm sorry. I don't know why they're doing this right now.
It looks like they're just trying to hold the corner for some reason, and they're playing their snipers in the back with both of the healers on the tail of the snipers, with really the Ramatra being the only person holding on payload.
Okay, so Sharp MX finally getting something done for the Timberwolves. That's going to be the first bite out of something that they even see here after they give up more than the first half of this point A situation. They do not have a lot of time to play with.
Yeah,
this is a Timberwolves member on the other side. They're just going to wait behind this. Ooh, Sometime's going to be really happy. That wasn't charged up a little bit more.
Ooh, why would you give away your positioning? You have the pulse bomb. Cheeky play from Sharp.
There's a stick. That's not going to be enough against the Winston by themselves, though. Ben HD Killer, yeah, can't quite change it right there, but they get... so actually, that's pretty interesting. If this was coordinated, it's absolutely beautiful. I don't think that it was, but if it was coordinated, it's absolutely beautiful. So Ben HD Killer realizes that all they need is damage onto the It's like a little bit of damage onto 3 players. They dedicate the life, they dedicate the body to the jump over to the right side, and do not redirect their jump. They give up the body, and that's going to be enough for Ace to just burn this down with their Echo ability on players that are less than half health.
Yeah, and that's going to put the nail in the coffin. Morningside Esports taking this first point in less than a minute and a half is a testament to their capabilities, and Morningside is on a good, momentous journey now on this payload to get through the rest of the map. In TC, on the back foot here, we're going to see Gregorio swap over to the Pharah in hopes to take out some of the Morningside roster, but doing that into a Widowmaker, I don't know if that's the play.
Prez left out in the back. I mean, that was just brutal. The Morningside squad, all of them have to do a better job of helping out their supports and peeling. And the only thing Prez could have done, and I'll admit, I've wanted to do this myself as a support main, is like, hey guys, help me, help me, help me. Nobody answers. All right, well, I'm just going to pop my ultimate and stay alive.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate because then that can mess up the ult economy a little bit. But on the side of Morningside, they still have 3 ultimates online. In TC, they're going to have a few of their own coming in the ropes as well. Sometimes swapping over to the Hanzo, maybe finding some value on that pick.
Okay, speaking of the Winston right here, there's a... Alright, Prez just waited for like a nice fun time to throw it. I don't know. That's going to be Ace with 1 and 2 on the backside right here as Prez looks to get involved with this Winston on the other side. Yeah, and again, this is just a Lucio and a Zenyatta, so there's a lot of like damage capabilities. Up the ante, needs to get in a position to boop a player out.
Oh, they definitely want to touch here. They don't want to
What do you mean?
Up.
Yeah, up the ante. Why would I boop somebody off? They're not going to come and contest. What is this about? It's not about points. It's not about adding time onto time banks.
Apparently not. Apparently not. I mean, they only have 20 meters left. And Justice is going nowhere as Gregorio is going to find a single pick onto Prez and fall to Prez as well. It's very rare to see that, but wow, 4 minutes left. This is going to be a hard hold for the Timberwolves.
Switch on to Hanzo, sometimes back to it. Wait, no, excuse me, Gregorio is back to it.
Yeah, Gregorio's back.
And so once again, the Timberwolves dissolve any ability or any ult charge they had onto this DPS at a time when it is absolutely crucial for them to push. Alright. The shot's back on over. Ace has this one, about 5 percentage points away from that tack visor. If this gets off right here, that's going to be huge. Nicely done from getting away from that. Prez taken out in the back as the supports are yet again completely neglected from the Morningside Esports. But hey, you had a really flashy push, right? That counts for something, right, Ace?
I think it counts for something. No,
it does not.
Listen, Ace has the tactical visor online. We're going into annihilation for him on Vin. Vin is pushing up, doing the best they can, and Ace is now getting in position. This should be game if Ace gets a beautiful tac visor from the top row.
Yeah, they should have gotten it right there. Did not. There's a player from the back. Now that's a lot of pressure right here, and he had to reload. Ace burns 2 clips into the wall right there. He's trying to tag it on up. This is Morningside Esports 1.5 meters away.
They have 3 ultimates in a dream, Tugboat.
Yeah, I'm trying to think that the Lucio... Okay, no. NTC is going to be too smart for that. They're covering this one up. They're finally playing on position. I thought NT was actually going to be able to get like sneaky onto the other side right here. This is really just a... Yeah, this is really just a Ramacha ult away. There's progress. There's Trance. There's Dragons. That's a lot of damage right there. And that's going to be it! You come off a point twice now. NTC, we will see you on a mañana.
Oh my lord, Tugboat. NTC definitely has their work cut out ahead of them when it comes to point priority and target priority. It seemed like they just fell throughout this entire series. That was the crux of their fall over and over again. But overall, great showing from both teams. Some questionable decisions at the end from honestly both sides, but Morningside will take the W 3-0 in a very narrow match, honestly. It was very back and forth the whole time, but Morningside coming out on top.
Yeah, it's such like a classic caster thing to say, but yes, 3-1 right here, but the scoreline does not belie just how close that this one was. This went almost all the way down to the wire right. Wait, hang on. No, this is 3-0. Am I dumb?
Yeah, it was 3-0. Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
sweep.
okay, my bad. Yeah,
Janitor's
yeah.
coming in. Right
Yep,
over
there
here,
you go.
buddy. Right
Yep,
over
there you
here.
go. I need get this one right here. I need the broom
Drop that one.
right
Yep,
on over
yep.
here. I mean, this was a sweep. This literally could have been the beginnings of a reverse sweep. The good news here for the Timberwolves, again, I'm not trying to be too negative here, but at least the mistakes are very, very clear cut. I mean, for both sides, actually. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I can do this one. Both sides can look back at this and have a plethora of mistakes to go back that they want to work on. Whether that's whether that's not switching or switching, whether that's just pulling ultimate because you want to hear your character scream out their voice line. I don't know, Nuclear. I don't know. Sometimes it literally seems like the only advantage they could get was just the aesthetic, was just hearing their character scream, so I don't really know. As it is,
Yeah.
there's still a 3-0 victory for Morningside. That's going to be advantage, obviously, within the match and within their season record and whatnot, but that's also going to be 3 maps towards their maps won, 0 maps towards their maps lost. So that's about as good as it gets here for Morningside.
Oh, absolutely. And 7-1 now in their series. The contention for first place, it feels good if you are Morningside Esports. And like you said, NTC and Morningside both can take a pretty good VOD review from this set, and I think really identify what they needed to do moving forward. I think with NTC, it was a lot of solo plays, really just hoping and praying on a whim rather than doing something a little coordinated. But that's the heat of the moment. That's the heat of battle, baby. Sometimes that
That is.
happens.
That is. That's very, very good point. It's a very good point, Nuke. Looking up next, that's going to be it here for this series. We did Eastern Eagles, SUNY, we did NTC Timberwolves, and Morningside. We're going to be looking at George Fox University from the Emergence Pacific Division. Coming up here next, George Fox 3-3 taking on a Barton Community College squad that is still unfortunately looking for their second W. They're 1-5 as of right now. That's going to be it, I believe, from me and Nuke. Though you guys are going to get, oh yeah, you're going to get Juggle God, the actual goat, and Sova Danam. Coming on in here to bring you guys the action. Nuclear, do we have anything else for the good people before we give them about a 35-minute break for the next map?
The only thing I have for the good people is farewell, and we're gonna see you again next week.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Till then.
Welcome back, everybody. It's still Thursday. We're gonna go out and close out the night with a wonderful game. Emergence Division once again. I'm in a class here with LaFon, and it's gonna be GFU Esports Gold versus Barton Esports coming at you right now. And LaFon, well, these two teams have a very different record going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, one team actually still in the hunt, relatively speaking, towards the end of the season. The other, unfortunately, looking to perhaps play spoiler at this stage of the game. So, actually, let's talk about that hunt for a second because we are trending towards the end of the regular season. So games are ever more meaningful. Losses here can be tragic and detrimental to a huge number of squads, right? So as we kind of dial in, yeah, one team sitting at that 3-3, 500, still a very real opportunity to get in. The other, perhaps a 1-5 scoreline is a little tough, but as I said, a chance to showcase your gameplay and be able to perhaps prevent someone else from entering to the playoffs, which can be a little bit of a come up there. But otherwise, yeah, certainly going to be an interesting one considering the dynamic here.
Yeah, of course. So let's take a look at these rosters that are going to be fighting it out. One for playoffs, one for playing spoiler. And as we start with the first one, it's going to be GFU Esports, George Fox University. They're playing for those playoff spots. They're currently 3-3 in their overall record. They're trying to go for these wins. As you can see, a nice mix between the different levels or even different stages of education between these players. And I like seeing a diverse team. The one thing that I always appreciate about GFU is their commitment to getting the tags for everybody, making sure that they show team coherence. And we talked about this before. It does limit your options a little bit in terms of name length because you lose 3 characters, but at least you're all in the same thing. And you see Slimy Waffles has that issue. They couldn't add the tag anymore, but they're just as much a part of the team as everyone else.
Yeah, 12 characters, by the way, is the maximum on the Blizzard or Battle Tag, and Slimy Waffles has used all 12 for their nickname. Though, let's dial into their opponent though, because as we know, it takes two to dance Barton Esports. We highlighted them sitting at that 1-5 scoreline, perhaps still looking to try and find an entry into this particular season. And a win would be, very, I think, really beneficial for the squad, not necessarily for the scoreline specifically, but to give sort of an uplift to the team that's been playing for so long. So certainly expecting this team to kind of step forward. Nothing to highlight for Barton is they actually only have a 5-player roster here. So they have kind of sitting with that, or sitting with 6 rather. So sitting with very few substitutes coming in, very limited potential, change up things. So expect a lot of players here to be extremely flexible across their roles.
Yeah, and in the current meta, flexibility is definitely the name of the game. Currently, we have the AL Pro-Am that started today. We've seen the Pro-Am qualifiers. We've seen was even Community Pachimari tournament yesterday in all different skill levels and modes of competition, and even on different maps. We see a lot of different heroes. I'm sure that's going to be no different today. These teams might actually have a lot of their own style pronunciation. See what they come up with. Yep. And as we are in the NECC regular season, we are running still a 1-3 game mode or format. We're starting on Control, moving then over to Hybrid, then Escort. And if we still need it, there are still a push and another control map in the bank.
Yeah.
And map bans, LaFon, also a big deal.
Indeed. We actually do know what our first map is going to be as well for this particular series. So getting into Control, as we always do for map number 1, it's going to be, actually to our surprise, really, Nepal as the first opening frame, which is really unexpected. We've seen a lot of Lijiang Tower recently, teams electing to go there a lot of the time, but having Nepal open actually opens up even more possibilities for what is capable. As we've seen recently, right, there has been a lot of attempts at showing different styles. I think this map specifically enables mobility, it enables brawl. You can kind of poke comps, maybe not quite so much, but at least there's significant options across the board. And as we hover in round number 1 here on Shrine, it looks like both teams electing to go for a brawl style, close quarters combat more than anything else.
Yeah, that is what it's looking like on Village, that is, and City Center of Lijiang Tower, and here on Shrine. Those are very normal competitions to run. Usually happens because, well, teams don't use a lot of the open space around the objective, and there is a fair bit of cover. So running these higher mobility compositions usually get stuck a little bit, and you can't really use this pseudo high ground that the point provides as optimally. Ramatra versus the Reinhardt, always a tricky one for the Ramatra to work with because you got to use your damage windows optimally. And here it goes, Thorish. Going straight in, using the Nemesis form to try and get some damage on the opponents. But they do get pushed back. A nice aggressive posture from Underdog. And Killa opens it up with the first elimination on Slimy Waffles. There goes Thorish, and that does mean that GFU is going to back off. Without your tank and your 1 DPS missing, you don't want to continue that fight.
I mean, keep in mind, there's a lot of damage throughput coming in from Barton Esports between King Killa and Dalos, right? The spam that steps in from Symmetra and Junkrat is so tremendous that if you miss your window of opportunity, oftentimes you'll be rebuffed fairly quickly. And of course, for GFU Esports Gold, one thing to highlight is that they're really playing around Nemesis form a lot of the time. That's your sort of window of opportunity to get eliminations. And if you miss that, you're forced to go back and kite a little bit. Here, a pickoff is going to delay GFU just a bit further. This also means that King Killa will be able to generate a Riptire. So for this particular, this upcoming fight, Barton Esports is going to try and play off that spam damage and then into the burst of the first ultimate of the game.
Other than those DPS ults on Barton, no one is really especially close, or at least closer than the other team. Tire is going to come out very early. Can someone see it coming? The Immortality Field is out. Will not be denied the elimination, though. There goes Orpheus. Another charge on Thorish will seal the deal once again for another fight. 3 down, 2 to go, but they might even get out.
I really like the patience there from King Killa, waiting till the Immortality Field is out, identifying a target that is not protected by it, and getting multiple value from that particular piece of utility. That also puts Barton Esports, significantly in the lead. In fact, trending towards final fight, and forces GFU Esports Gold to make a switch here, going over to an Pharah Mercy. But again, engaging with a Pharah Mercy is very difficult, and despite not having a hit scan, Barton Esports will have the Photon Barrier, limiting the effectiveness of this Pharah.
They give up the sound barrier charge as well on Orpheus. They make a very conscious choice to change up. There is indeed the Annihilation coming out from Thorish, but takes so much damage. He's going to almost back up straight away. The Shadow to follow will get down the Sojourn and the Baptiste. Nothing really to do against this. There's just ultimate dominance right now from against GFU. And eventually Barton Esports will just close it out 100-0. But that was a strong showing from them.
Yeah, the case is getting a fight early. Control of the fight early is tremendous on this particular game mode. But the critical thing here is that Barton was able to win their first fight with only 1 ultimate, and then get a delayed pick later in the round as well to extend to final fight territory. So by the point that GFU was genuinely ready to contest, tragically they didn't have enough to kind of burst through what Barton was able to bring to bear. And with that in mind, the point kind of trails away 100-0, and a very, very strong start here for Barton Esports.
GFU, despite the Lucio only really getting 3 fights in on that first objective, now they're gonna come in with a Zenyatta and a Baptiste, switching up Orpheus' role, and a lot more spam damage this time out of Oyarsa and Slimy Waffles. There's the first pick already. The Hanzo arrow does its job, and the log has been thrown. It needs to be going into the Annihilation or Nemesis form as well. Thorish did start putting a lot more pressure onto the Reinhardt, and with the Discord Orb, those punches hit a lot harder. It looks to be first fight instantly secured here for GFU Esports, and their adaptability must be commended.
Yeah, you'd like to see that damage coming in from the DPS from GFU Esports. It must be said, they were fairly quiet on the first round, outpaced pretty significantly by Barton Esports. To see them get back into the game here is incredibly important. A little early trap that slows down Thorish, so they won't be able to get the Nemesis form online. That's another big pick. That's 2 in a row for Slimy Waffles in back-to-back fights.
They say as long as you know where to place your cursor, the arrow does the work itself. The Hanzo skill is all about predicting where your enemy is going to be, where their head's going to float. Even though there is a Junkrat doing damage at you, you're Ramatra, you're in your Nemesis form, you'll be fine. Thorish just finishing that one off, and 34% and counting.
Yeah, a mirror of the last round, I might add, right? Where this time it's GFU Esports Gold in the sort of dominant position off those pickoffs, and Barton now has to, recollect themselves, reapproach, and try not to over-aggress into the Dragon Strike that's coming through here for the Annihilation. A switch from Underdog, by the way, onto Orisa. Just trying to play in close. They didn't feel the Rhyme had nearly as much value.
Ooh, good Dragon just to cut off the follow-up, and now it's just the Lonely Orisa. They completely split the tank. Kiriko comes in with the Suzu, though, and there goes Orpheus to the ground. The Annihilation is good, though. Well placed from Thorish, looking to at least deny a lot of point presence on the side of Barton Esports. They're able to do so. The Bob goes off the map. Doesn't get much, but still an Ash to the backline. They got to be careful of Dalos.
Ash now rotates back into their spawn here. Barton will have to go and sort of recollect themselves. It's expensive for GFU Esports Gold, it must be highlighted. Realistically, only both support ultimates here. Barton walking in with, a Kitsune Rush. We saw what the Riptide was able to accomplish. And in fact, that's going to be the first thing that opens up here for Barton.
Yes, close to that Riptire as well, but it's going to be the one from King Killa that finds the first objective on that so important Junkrat. But there's the Hanzo arrow through the Amplification Matrix. Doesn't even need a headshot at this stage. Looking for a little bit more onto Dalos. Won't find the Ash just yet, but at least puts a lot of pressure down. And there goes through the Amplification Matrix a little bit more. Maybe Underdog will get close to the Terra Surge and able to use in this fight. It's going to be Dalos stuck in a trap, sees the head of Orpheus. That Zenyatta's not going to be long to this world if they have anything to say about it, but it's going to be Dalos indeed winning that out. Unfortunately, they weren't on the objective, and in the meantime, GFU Esports takes it to a clean 100-0.
Very much a mirror of that first round, right? The entire inverse, in fact. This time it's GFU Esports who gets that. As I highlighted early in the round, they get that early lead and then simply get one pick off, 2 fights in a row to get back to ultimate advantage. And sometimes in Overwatch, if you have such a dominant level of economy, there's not much you can do to catch up, barring a cross-map headshot. And unfortunately for Biden, they didn't have any of that insta-kill potential. So a lot of credit for GFU to bring it back in such a dominant way after what was frankly an uninspiring first round.
The second round and first round both going 100-0. We might now see the complete culmination of both those two and get a 99-99, but it's never predictable. We see Barton Esports go through the high ground, but GFU Esports chooses to go straight up to the objective. Have the Symmetra set up, not the Junkrat though that Barton has, but still, being on the point with the Symmetra is a really strong thing here on Nepal Village. The turrets are set up, the kill gate has been created. All they can do is spam for now.
Yeah, looking to try and perhaps get just a pick from those grenades. Big rotation, actually. They might catch Slimy Waffles out. In fact, they do.
They will do exactly that. There's still point control and symmetric turrets on the objective for GFU Esports, but they're kind of getting overrun at the moment. So much damage coming in. Immortality Field already out and down. There is going to be a little bit of an opportunity to potentially do something back, but Hera, little soul survivor, she's the only one that gets out with the Baptiste, and Barton Esports, after the 50%, gets a quick recap. So no 100-0 this time, Lafon.
Nope, we're going to get an even round. Barton, by the way, King Killa once again doing a hefty amount of damage there on the spam. Riptire at the ready. Don't know that GFU Esports is going to scout this, right? I don't think they expect this particular ultimate to be online.
Now they do. Very early use here from King Killa, trying to find a route to get to the enemy. Goes to the upper bridge here. They will see that coming. The Immortality Field's in the way. A little early from Hera, but it worked out because the tire was alive for long enough. See the instant attack here from GFU, trying to get back to the objective, but unfortunately, Torres is taking a whole lot of damage, and with King Killa just running into the back line of the enemy team, it's going to be GFU reaching for a little bit more, but not finding any purchase at the moment. It is just sheer dominance, especially with all the damage from King Killa, who's already built another 30% to a new tire.
We're going to see a switch from Thorish, by the way. She goes over to the Zarya here, trying to brawl inside the... trying to get into the Orisa's point of view. I mean, Barton Esports, this is good to be about, I think, timing. You want to prevent GFU from really contesting the objective here. I would expect trying to play around this Coalescence. GFU Esports, expect them to try onto the objective and then use the Photon Barrier. Yep, there it is, in fact. Just make things a little bit more difficult for Barton to try and contest.
Nicely done. They'll instantly flip the point before the fight even starts. There is the fight in the end, though. Nice Coalescence comes through, provides the extra healing and damage from Barton Esports, but it's not just enough to cleanly win this fight. A lot of picks are still going back and forth. In the end, it does look like it's going to be Barton coming out on top. A few more percent accrued for GFU Esports Gold, but it's going to be a little bit more that they need in order to actually win a round and win the first map, because right now it's Barton in control.
The problem is that Barton has everything available to them that they need to close out this round, right? Crying Boss perhaps setting down a Kitsune Rush on the approach from GFU, the Terror Surge as well for crowd control, and you're 10% away from the round and map win. So you just need to prevent GFU from really contesting the objective.
Nice Dragon over the top once again. A lot of damage onto especially Underdog. They have to be careful on that Orisa, but it's going to be a jump in the backline from Dallas. Even though with all the ultimates though, the Kitsune Rush is not going to be enough to protect anybody. Not even a Terror Surge can come through. This is going to be a clean fight win for GFU Esports. And all set up by that Dragon from Slimy Waffles.
Yeah, that's a really good read by the DPS player for GFU Esports Gold. Seeing everyone collected there, it's a no-brainer to use the Dragon Strike, right? And it forces Barton to an awkward engagement. As we head into this round, this next fight, rather, I mean, we're still looking at that Riptire. It needs to find the pickoff here before you can get into range of a GFU Esports, because if you don't, Thorish will be able to put the Graviton Surge down, and there's no one who can really defend against it if it were to land.
There we go. Riptire out. Teleporter on the objective. They go for the backline once again. They'll find a double. No protective Suzu. Slimy Waffles will fall as well. That's a double elimination. The Grav is through, but who has the damage to really put through it? No one. The sound barrier will get a little more sustained. No one has actually been eliminated, and with that photon barrier just delaying the inevitable even more. No Terror Surge anymore, but there is the Coalescence once again from Orphan. Will help clean up and sustain the entirety of their team. 99%. Overtime starts ticking. There will be a Hanzo and a Kiriko coming back in. Slimy Waffles and Hera, but they can't even make it to the objective. And we get close to 99-99, not quite, but at least the last round was contested. Barton Esports, they repeat their performance of the first round and make it a 1-0 in the series.
It's going to be a nice quick highlight here from Orphan at the end of the map, actually, as they get the Coalescence through. One thing to note, I think, is just how much value King Kill has been able to get from the Riptire. You know, aside from that one that was blocked by the Immortality Field, it's been a consistent value from the Junkrat, and it's not something we come to expect very frequently. It's a hard ultimate to get value out of, you know, because it takes you out of the fight. But when you can get value from it, we're already seeing how game-changing it can be. And so you have to give a lot of credit to the Junkrat, not just because of that, but because of how quickly they're able to generate that resource additionally.
Yeah, for sure. And we always say, you know, Junkrat is a very powerful hero unless you know how to play against it. I'm not saying that GFU doesn't know how to play against a Junkrat. I'm sure they've seen the hero before. They've even used it themselves. But there is always the question of how does a Junkrat get that much ult charge that quickly?
Yeah.
A lot of time that has to do with where do you position, where does the Junkrat then shoot, how do you anticipate, how do you deny damage, how do you dodge the grenades, and it's just a lot of micro play that's involved in that, but also a little bit of macro. It's always a little bit of both.
Yep.
And if we see that come through on future maps, they might be a little bit more open, to which you have more ability to dodge the nades. But there is going to be also some hero swapping or hero just general tactic changes that we might see from GFU Esports Gold in order to deny King Kill that value if we see a Junkrat again at all.
Yeah, let's. I mean, moving forward to our next map, though, it's going to be a hybrid as our map type. We already know what the ban is going to be here. We know we're not going to Midtown, so we are waiting on the selection from GFU Esports Gold to figure out which map it is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like Kings Row, right? They're playing a lot of Brawl. It's a very popular map, but I think, you know, looking at Nepal, one thing we can kind of say is that these teams have trended towards Brawl more than anything else, right? Even when they switched compositions, they played the Zarya. It didn't really change the style they were playing, even if it changed their even if the win conditions changed, the style didn't. And as we move into hybrid, a lot of maps continue to play extremely well with Brawl, and I would not be surprised to continue to see some level of, you know, the Ramatra, maybe some Reinhardt, stuff like that, to continue to make its presence known.
Yeah, for sure. And we are indeed going to Kings Row. We always say it's very predictable that they go here, but there could have been a little bit of a slip here from one of these teams. Yeah, Reinhardt is going to be a fairly normal hero that we're going to see here. Ramatra, maybe some Orisa. Zarya is also an option. Don't expect to see a lot of dive from either of these teams on this map in particular, but the Junkrat is very viable. We saw Mei being hovered at some point in Spawn Dolafon. I would like to see some of that. I would like to see the Ice Queen take the stage.
Yeah, I mean, Mei has seen a resurgence as of late, and she almost always does when there is a when there's a brawl composition or a brawl meta sort of stepping. Because again, when you want to play very close to the rest of your team, sudden geometry that appears that denies you that is so powerful. And then couple it with the blizzard, self-sustain in the cryo freeze to protect yourself if some just random damage comes your way. And then the slow, we don't talk about the slow a lot, but it is pretty hefty. If you consider compositions that would play against it, right? In a brawl, you want to disengage from that Mei. Getting slowed down makes that much more difficult. If you're playing a dive, suddenly a target that wants to be quick is slowed down tremendously. So there's a few reasons why Mei is coming into the forefront, but when brawl is strong, Mei is often as well.
Yes, and as we load into the next map, which is going to be King's Row, we can all reminisce about the good old days when we can see Reinhardt Zarya, but seeing a Reinhardt versus a Zarya, now that's a true treat. So I hope we get to see some of that.
Yeah.
But there are some other strategies, especially when the Mei is big. If you expect a Mei on the defense, that some teams have opted to use. We've seen a bit of Symmetra come through, where teams like to teleport just past the first choke, because that is one of the harder points to get past the Mei on.
Indeed.
Whether it's on top of the statue, whether it's through the high ground, through theater, that happens a lot as well. There are some options, and we see teams exercise those plenty.
We've also seen a lot of Bastion stepping in, right? And it's similar to the reason why Ramatra is picked. The cooldown that they have, that the Bastion has to really put in damage is very high, right? It's a real threat. The problem then becomes that you have to protect the Bastion when they're not available to have the configuration tank. Due to, again, the limited damage that you provide in your recon form. So we're seeing some of that step in right across the board. In general, though, I think I would be surprised if we don't see the Junkrat return, especially from King Killa. When you get that much value out of it in map number 1, there's a tendency to kind of want to repeat the selection, right? And one that I don't necessarily disagree with either, right? So I wouldn't be surprised to continue to see perhaps Junkrat, which has not historically been a tremendously picked character in Overwatch 2, but would make sense here, I think.
Oh, for sure. And, it always depends exactly on what you're running into and what you're comfortable with. We know that a lot of these teams in the collegiate scene, while they do practice some sort of strategy that might be considered close to meta or meta in the first place, there's also a lot of reliance on comfort picks that goes around, or at least return to comfort picks when things get a little bit tricky. And that can be anything. We see it in all levels of play, where certain heroes just get value because of the player that plays them. Whether it's a Pharah, whether it's Widowmaker, whether it's even like Torbjorn and Symmetra, of course, as well. They just sometimes get value because of the player that's on them. And I think there is a real possibility that in this series we're going to see some of that. We're going to see a little bit of it out of King Killa so far. We, of course, have to see a little bit more game time to see if it's actually the player or whether it is something that their opponents are doing wrong. But for now, it seems like they're at least going to be comfortably sticking on it.
Getting interesting that we're seeing a Widow duel here in these brawls.
Especially on the defense, right? Like, attack, you expect it, do a little bit of a pick, and then you move on. But yeah, it's going to be Dalos finding GFU Oyarsa really early on. They're going to switch over to the Cassidy.
I like the Cassidy pick because it allows you to brawl in closer just a little bit more.
Especially with Slimy Waffles as well. He's got a lot of shield break out of it too.
Yeah.
And some extra burst that's a little bit more reliable than a singular Junkrat nade. You also have a cooldown on it, but it's not that high. It's fine.
Oyarsa takes a little bit of damage. Actually, Thorish takes a ton of damage. She's forced to retreat, and
geometry is used. There's just a lot of geometry usage coming out of King Killa there into the high ground of the theater, and even the Nemesis form gets slept. Beautiful anti-nade comes in as well from Orphan. It's just an attack completely stopped by 2 players.
I'd like to highlight the fact that King Killa has a rip tire. And no one else in the lobby is higher than 50%.
They did get eliminated, so there is a chance to get back in before you get the Junkrat spam back in. So there is a small window that GFU has. Not a giant one, but at least there's one that they can sort of safely approach with. And have Thorish switch over to the Wrecking Ball as well. That's going to be a big change. Oyarsa on the Tracer.
Yeah, GFU now trying to get to those mobilities that we highlighted. But again, running into a rip tire here. Oh, the sports are in for a rough place.
Bye. Orpheus and Slimy Waffles.
It's tough because that angle, you don't really have a lot of time to respond to, to shoot that that down. Of course, there's no protection Suzu to nullify damage, so they'll get 2 free picks. GFU Esports, they do get the support down from Barden, but a little bit slow on their reapproach. Are forced to kind of wait.
Oh, Dallas also has to back off. I mean, the Kiriko will be back quickly into the fight, but there's so much control already. Now they don't have to worry about that Widowmaker anymore. Junkrat's still behind the arch. They finally got them all into one corner, into one little singular ball that they can attack with their own Wrecking Ball. Hanzo now looking for a little bit of an angle for some more damage. The shield is pretty much broken at this stage. There's a couple more arrows needed. There goes Underdog without a barrier now, and they can pick after pick. It's just King Killa in the hotel. They'll not get much done. Looking forward for the arrow, but they do actually let King Killa get away.
In essence, though, they do get the point unlocked, and Barden will make changes to try and deal with Thor specifically. The Sombra comes into play, so expect to see hacks applied to Oyarsa and Thorish in particular. Just make the 2 characters that are dependent on their cooldowns incredibly miserable.
Got an enemy here.
By the way, Barden Esports, another Riptire available. King Killa is doing so much damage.
At this stage, it's kind of an every fight cooldown for them, which is fine.
Yep.
I mean, it's not fine for GFU, of course, but they do have some room to play with, especially when the minefield comes out. Already gets Orphan. It's a huge pickup to get. Oyasa will get trapped and eliminated as a result. King Killa, like I said, with the Riptire, so much damage onto that Wrecking Ball. And every trap they put down, someone steps in as well. It's a really big part of why they're getting so much value. And that's something that is, I wouldn't say easy to avoid a trap, but it's definitely doable. So we'll like to see if that changes. Doris is going to have a tough time avoiding things that are in a small alleyway, though. You rolled through so fast. Wrecking Ball, not the easiest one to spot those out with.
I should also highlight that King Killa puts down that trap as Thorish is rolling through. So, and then boops them back in with the concussion grenade, right? So, it's kind of tough when you're forced in by the cooldown of your opponent. EMP committed by Dalos in that last fight, despite being up by 3. So that's the tool that they don't have here.
And now they know that the Transcendence is up. At least they can't cancel the Transcendence, or at least the Transcendence can't deny the EMP. It's the other way around. They do get a trade off the Zenyatta for the Sombra. Yeah, without a tank once again, it's a trick one to go through. As I say that, of course, Slimy Waffles just turns it around with a huge dragon. Well, while it's a good shatter from Underdog, they don't have the follow-up because they just lost half their team and they're low themselves. That's going to be a push forward from GFU Esports. Nice recovery from the DPS and the support of Hera.
Excellent recovery from GFU Esports Gold. And with Barden committing so much to it, this Kitsune Rush actually ends up being somewhat of a problem because you have the Transcendence still. Keep in mind, because Orpheus has been taken out so many times before the fight starts, they'll still have this defensive utility to reply to the damage throughput that Barden Esports is going to try and bring. And while this is a must-win for GFU Esports Gold, they at least have the tools to work through it.
Yep, already 2 down. No more King Killa, no more Orphan. That's a lot of utility and damage gone to the side of Barden Esports. They will lose Thor's for it, but with all the damage that's being done onto this Reinhardt and the reduced healing, it's going to be an easy elimination on the tank. GFU Esports manages to make it to 0.3 with 2:40 on the clock.
Yeah, neutral fight win as well, right? That's one where GFU Esports, despite having or coming up to some kind of big tools, aren't forced to use them. That's really important because now you'll be able to get some genuine progress here on the 3rd phase. As Barden Esports makes another change here, going over to a D.Va.
And D.Va coming out to potentially deny some utility, some arrows, maybe a pulse bomb. You see Oyasa looking for that pulse bomb, trying to find a target with it, but they have to be so wary of this defense matrix. It is in their face, it's in the way, and something they don't want to deal with. The D.Va versus D.Va play is on, though. Thorish puts a lot of pressure onto Underdog with the rest of the team.
Ooh, Oyasa looking for a pulse bomb. You can see it.
Yeah, you can see it, and then he's avoiding the D.Va as well at this stage. But there's the hack to push off. Thorish off the map will be no longer part of this engagement. And a very quick disengage. You can't get away from the mines. You can't get away from the Junkrat. King Killa gets a triple at the end. It's not a fight. They were running away, but don't turn your backs to the Junkrat because they'll get you anyways.
It's actually really bad for GFU Esports Gold because within a minute and a half, giving that Riptire over to King Killa. Basically, gives Barton Esports a tool to end this round. It's been really most of King Killa's ults have actually gotten some level of value in terms of raw elimination. So I expect that to kind of continue here. Orpheus with the Transcendence still in play, but Barton has nearly everything at bear.
The Dragon once again coming through from Slimy for some follow-up value. The cutoff was there. They did split it a little bit, but Slimy Waffles is going to be the one that goes down first to King Killa instead of anyone dying to the Dragon or the follow-up. A little bit of a backup from GFU. They don't want to go in. They don't want to lose anymore, and they do get out safely, it seems. Only Oyarsa going a little further forward to position as the Tracer, close to another Pulse Bomb as well.
Yeah, they're still looking for that Riptire, though. Oh, and they hack the health pack right as they're fighting Oyarsa. Such a big play there for Dallas.
It's really, really valuable. Tracer will still be able to get back and could put the Pulse Bomb on the King Killa. There's the Junkrat carry gone. Got to be careful for the remake. Oh, Slimy Waffles walks into it. I really thought it was going to be Oyarsa, but it's going to be the Hanzo instead. We'll still get completely denied here in that after the remake. Underdog eliminated straight away. The Senior Rush is out. There's the tire. We'll only find the Tracer, but enough damage onto Thorish's mech in order to get her out of that one. A little bit more damage is needed just to get the Moira off the card. They need a little bit more. They just need to push through and get 1 or 2 more eliminations to properly secure this card, get it in. But now with the respawns coming in for Barton Esports, it is tough for GFU to finish this off. They do get elimination after elimination, though. They're starting to lose their own members. That's not good. A huge EMP comes out, but there's 2 supports and a Tracer versus 1 lonely Sombra. Dallas will not be able to live. Can anyone else touch? It is indeed King Killa on the Tracer this time around. The Moira of Orphan will die too. The Kiriko teleports back from spawn. Can they survive until the Reinhardt gets there? It is just a lonely Tracer. Just a couple of shots needed to take that little British hero out of the fight, but it's not enough. They cannot find King Killa. It's not just a Junkrat that they're shining on. It's the stall of the Tracer. It's so hard to fight against, so they're not able to do it. Still King Killa on the card, just keeps on going. Doesn't even necessarily have to get the eliminations, just has to live. Will finally go down, but now the rest of the team is back. 0.44 meters. Will the card stop here? Will they be able to push it in? Finally, they finish it off. GFU Esports in overtime pushes it over the line and gets 3 points at King's Row.
Impressive stuff there from Barton Esports nonetheless. I do like the fact that GFU had focus fire there. Even though King Killa was contesting, they decided to focus players that were perhaps bigger threats in terms of raw damage output, right? The Reinhardt approaches and then is instantly taken down, and King Killa is left for last as GFU will roll over the line. So I think in this half of the map, you have to give credit to both Barton and GFU Esports Gold an offense that was slowed down at times, but despite that, still made excellent progress. And we also have to attend to the fact that GFU Esports Gold rolls out on the Brawl, right? They come out on a remote Matra composition, realize that they're getting essentially held, switch up to the dive composition, and give themselves so much more room to work. That attention to detail and the quick swap, the quick thinking is of vast importance, especially in a game as contested as this.
This is a fairly close series so far. Of course, you have to see whether it continues, and when we see the attack of Barton unfold, and have Dallas start on the Widowmaker again, potentially just for a couple of shots, but maybe they stick on it. We know how some players like to do that. GFU, though, set up on the defense. Once again, this Cassidy from Oyarsa to start out with. Let's see if it gets a little bit more value on this defense than on the attack.
Ooh.
That's
All
a
right.
kiss for you. Right back at you, Dallas. Unfortunately, Orpheus is a little too accurate with those orbs. So again, it's the same as Hanzo, right? You just pre-aim, you get him.
It's a lot of damage from Orpheus, actually. Here in the first,
It feels like they do a lot of damage to those orbs, though. Like, you hit 3 in the head of a Widowmaker and 175 HP, and she's kind of gone. It's the nature of the Widowmaker health nerf. Far backed up, though, to our GFU Esports. They do get the counter elimination onto Orphan after losing Oyarsa. But a little bit more. Dallas now gets the open air and no one to stop them. Do miss a couple of shots on 2 targets they maybe could have eliminated. The Hanzo will finally fall. They get Slimy Waffles, but they lost King Killa. On the side of Barton Esports, they have to find a little bit more as this Widowmaker takes the open angle, steps onto the objective, and sees this tasty Zenyatta that Omnic had so easy to spot from far away. Looking for a little bit more here is Barton Esports. They want to cap this objective, but they might not have the manpower to do it. The nemesis form of Thorish is out, and she's thirsty, but not thirsty enough to just walk into damage for free, as Kingkilla finds Orpheus, and now is going to look for a little bit more. Gets the Ramatra, almost finds the little mine onto Slimy Waffles Hanzo. And the point cap percentage is starting to come through here for Barton Esports. They might just get it for free. There might be a recontest from the angle, though. You can see that they get it 100%. 5 minutes on the clock for the rest of the map.
Kingkilla, once again, a big difference maker there, right? Continues to get pickoffs, and this time assisted by Dalos. The DPS duo end up opening that one up for Barton Esports as they make their way through. And now, I mean, Barton has a fight essentially won for them off this Earth Shatter. It's so difficult to stop and block as a Ramatra. You only have that shield, the Void Barrier, for a limited time. And obviously, you need to keep it. You need to use it to keep yourself alive when you're out of Nemesis form.
No one can hide.
Thorish under a lot of pressure already in their Omnic form. Will they be able to get away with this? Yes, they switch to Nemesis as Dalos falls. It's a huge shatter. Finds the instant illumination on the Yarsa, but it will not get the Zenyatta on the ground. So Orpheus able to protect the rest of their team very well. Push back onto Underdog. They are looking to go down because of that beautiful Discord Orb that gives them so much extra damage, and Kingkilla will not get out this time. Slimy Waffles finds the arrow.
And it only costs the Transcendence, really, if you look at that, right? GFU Esports also, I believe, use the Ant Matrix, but in essence, Barton Esports are forced to go back to the drawing board here. We're seeing another switch come in. The Orisa Orphan again uses their Coalescence, and now they're forced to kind of retreat a little bit, and barring Kingkilla getting a pickup here with the Riptire, there is a real threat that they get slowed down pretty heftily here.
Beautiful Dragon once again from Slimy Waffles. They're so well timed every single time. Find Dalos in the Reaper. Now it's a 4v5. Push forward comes through. No more DPS for Barton Esports. That's going to be a free reign. Free couple of extra kills there for GFU Esports Gold as they clean up the remainders. Go after the Kiriko. But they see the Reaper come back in and say, you know what? Let's just hold behind the choke. Hold them where we want to. In this perfect place. But Orpheus really didn't get the memo. They were backing off.
Yeah, perhaps a little too far forward, and Kingkilla going to take full advantage of that. Yeah, the Riptire in play immediately. Oh, the Immortality Field's out way too early, too.
Yep, and they find 1, 2. They do find the Immortality Fields, but in the meantime, 3 go down. And after Orpheus, everyone else is just following suit. Just the lonely, lonely Cassidy trying to get away from everything. They will not chase him that far. The cart still has a ways to go, so there's plenty of time to come back. But that's still a good win for Barton.
Yeah, it does move the cart forward. This is a meaningful fight, though, because, again, GFU Sports has tools to work with here, and Barton, tragically, are only just now getting to perhaps a Coalescence. GFU, they recognize their advantage. They're going to try and get tested.
They got a touch. They will can touch. 170, 135. It goes through. Kingkilla and Oyarsa are traded with the Annihilation coming through. It's a bit of a back-off coming out from Barton, but not enough to really deter them in any way, shape, or form. Underdog gets closer and closer to this Terra Surge. Will be able to get it to complete the point with... No, they don't even need it. They're going to find the general natural kills. It is a heavy trade-off, but all that matters is that they get the payload over the line. 320.
Yeah, tragically for Orpheus, the Transcendence comes in 2 seconds too late to save Thorish, and with the tank down, the Ant Matrix is a little too far forward. You can't have the team shoot through it. It's not a lot of damage, and unfortunately for GFU Esports Gold, now they're on the 3rd point. Keep in mind they have to get the time bank below a minute if they want a chance to play for a win on this map. Otherwise, at best, they're going to have a draw attempt.
There'll be a lot of progress from Barton Esports already after they capped that point. 2nd corner rounded almost. A lot of damage going on with this D.Va. There's a Reaper behind the objective. They're just hiding in the little room. Will get taken out by a beautiful Magnet Nade from Oyarsa. Coming back from spawn, being aware of the Reaper's presence. Looking for a little bit more here from the Cassidy. Potentially chasing a couple down. Yep, there goes Kingkilla. They are going to back off for now. Another chance at it for Barton.
See if they... how heavily do Barton invest in this one, right? We're working with about minute 15, again, for that higher than a minute time bank to prevent GFU to get back in this map. They have a ton to work with here. Right? Riptire, of course, we've already seen how much that gives value, but the Kitsune Rush is really what my eyes are on here. Just to give that, especially Dalos, the Reaper here, the attack speed up.
Insane how fast the Reaper shoots with the Kitsune Rush up. They're setting themselves up for it. Kiriko's in position. There we go. Crying Boss with that activation. The gates come out, and that is an instant elimination onto the ulting Cassidy. Not going to be able to get out of that one. Terror Surge is out, but I think the mine actually saved most of GFU Esports from that, unfortunately, because of the Immortality Field. They find Orpheus after the Riptire. With the Riptire, King Killa did go down, though. It's a 3v3 on the objective with closer respawns for GFU Esports. The Orisa's trying to get the Baptiste out of the way. Will be able to do so. There's the Kiriko coming back in, so they still have healing, they still have damage, they still have respawns. But there's Dallas finally with that Death Blossom. We'll find a double, both DPS out of it. All they can do is stall, and only 13 seconds for them to get another attempt at this. Will be able to get there. Lucio comes in, but doesn't touch, and with 1 minute 10, Barton Esports completes King's Row and sets themselves up for a win.
And deny critically GFU Esports Gold any attempt at their offensive half. And so now all that needs to happen is for Barton Esports in a minute 10 to take 1/3 of the first objective to give themselves the match point advantage at the end of map 2. Still, GFU Esports are not out of this yet. A draw is very much still in the cards, but it would have to require them to, again, hold fast on objective A.
Yeah, and I think we either did not get the records updated correctly, or the scores were changed around a little bit because, well, Barton Esports looked to have a little bit of a better record than it shows on Top Lafon. Looking at this, they seem to have done a lot of 3-0s. They might just have had one loss or just all wins. I think we have maybe misread that at the start. So both these teams actually still pretty good for playoffs. But also, you know, then we have to give a little bit less credit. Oh, less credit. We have to give a little more credit maybe to GFU Esports trying to beat the 6-0 team here.
Yeah, that does actually add a little bit of an interesting caveat into the discussion.
Yeah.
Interesting look we're seeing for Barton. We'll see if they stick with it. I don't think they'll... Yeah, they already have switched back to the Junkrat. Like, King Killa has been an absolute menace on this particular character. Yeah, no one is peeking Dalos this time around. They learned their lesson.
They're not even gonna bother trying to peek that. I mean, you know, they got it the first time around. They got it instantly with Zenyatta, so not a problem there.
All right, down to the last 50 seconds here of the map.
Looking for potentially an angle on this Baptiste. Will get taken out by Hera, though. She was ready for it. Will get rizzed up. Orphan is also ready for that one. Now it's just a Junkrat Baptiste face-off, and it will be helped out by Oyarsa. No more King Killa and no res on that crucially as well. A beautiful positioning here from Hera. Nice denial of that high ground for most of it. Nice threats to constantly have in the way. Crying Boss will find Hera eventually, though. No more Baptiste to that high ground. They don't have a mercy to res, but neither does Barton anymore, because Orphan gets taken out by a beautiful headshot of Slimy Waffles. Dalos tries to find some shots, but has to hide away just because their health is so low. And with 10 seconds, this is going to be a one-attack go. And with Dalos already missing, that's not what you want to see.
Underdog is now switching to Reinhardt, but they need someone to touch. Maybe King Killa perhaps triggering the overtime, but already going down.
It's not the player you want to lose, and it all falls apart here for Barton Esports. They started out so well. They had the full completion, but with only Dallas on the Tracer. That's not going anywhere. A lot quicker to clean up the Tracer this time around is GFU Esports. They tie up the map, but that means that we're going to stick at a 1-0 for Barton Esports. And the fourth map is at least going to happen. Maybe even a 5 map if they keep doing it like this.
Orpheus absolutely deserves this highlight. Tremendous performance from the Zenyatta. And good heads-up play by the Zen to recognize where the Sombra had gone and then follow up with the damage. So really well accomplished there by the flex support of this squad, GFU. The thing to kind of, I think, Classy, to highlight here, rather, is that on that final attack point, the spacing. I mean, Hera obviously coming up with that high ground control, but no one ever took a direct attack against specifically the Junkrat, but really goes for across the board anybody, mitigating the amount of damage that was given over to their opponent and operating within time where they were able to get spam. So a lot of credit to GFU rather for completing that draw.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, both these teams going at it super hard. We're going to give them a few minutes to catch their breath, talk over the strategy for the next few games. Maybe the King Killer Junkrat novelty has run out. We need to find something else. We'll see what they do after the break. We'll see in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It is still Thursday. It's still NECC Overwatch, but it's a 1-0 after 2 maps, Lafon. We have seen a true and honest draw come out on Kings Row between GFU Esports Gold and a Barton. And that's not something we see a lot.
Yeah. I'm going to call you out on something, though. It's not Thursday for you anymore.
No one knows this. Lies.
For me, there's 54 minutes until it's no longer Thursday, but to the task at hand, we do have to highlight the map that we go to next for Escort Junkertown, stepping in as Shambali was banned out. So, interesting look. I mean, we've seen some changes in style here too, right? Unexpectedly, I think. Dive, right, came into play for a little bit. Looked pretty good, actually. And I think the return, the stall on defense is what ended up kind of going back to brawl. But for Barton, there was certainly elements of stability. It's actually GFU who had the most flexibility compositionally.
Yeah, they keep swapping it up and keep coming up with a couple of new DPS heroes, some support changes. Then there's a tank that goes over. There's a lot of flexibility coming out of that roster currently, which is interesting. They do have like the larger roster. They haven't really swapped anyone out. But Barton, even with their smaller roster, has been fairly stubborn or stable in what they've been running.
Yeah.
Like the elephant in the room has been King Killa. That was saying like, yeah, it's just constantly a Junkrat, and that's what it is. But we can't really blame them so far because the maps have just been very much working with it.
Yeah.
Shambali might be a bit trickier to run it on, but still very possible. So
which makes it interesting that on
Junker to change.
Yeah, it makes it interesting that now that we're on Junkertown, is the Junkrat going to remain, right? Because it's a lot more open. There's a lot fewer walls to kind of bounce the grenades off of to find value. And so far, we're seeing them open up. We're seeing King Killa open up with the Junkrat, but we'll see if they find the same level of efficacy as they have, throughout the series prior.
And it must be said, though, a lot of their value is not necessarily just about spam. They do actually have a form of aim that they use with the Junkrat, especially with the concussion mines, of course. But also with the general nades, they do purposely throw them somewhere. They don't just, hold down the button and let them fly. They do have a method to the otherwise presumed madness of the Junkrat. So if you see a little bit more POV of it, pay attention to that, because the crosshair is moving with purpose.
We're seeing that double poke come in from GFU, though. Double sniper still. Which means that both Orphan and Dallas, I think, have their work cut out for them, right? They don't really expect to operate at this range very frequently. And on top of that, have to deal with the Sigma shield.
Yeah, we've seen this approach before. A lot of the time, you'll see the Hanzo try and either poke through the alley or go with the team. Widowmaker over the cliff. Make sure they have a nice and wide approach so that there isn't enough room to hold a shield up against both of them. With those cross sight lines, the crossfire, you can set up a lot of easy eliminations, especially when you find Crying Boss earlier. It was just supposed to be a scouting arrow, but gets the Ana straight away. That's going to be almost a free fight win here for GFU. You got 3 already, just a Junkrat and a Zenyatta left. They're not going to be able to defend it together. Might even be a first point cap.
I mean, the Ana is probably the biggest pickup you can have there, right? Because it just means that your tank can be walked in on without really any support. There's no healing to keep them up. We're going to see an immediate adjustment from Dallas. The Cassidy just not enough range damage to find value. So we'll go over to a Widow as well to contest. Keep in mind, though, the Widowmaker does not have... It's not a 1v1 here, right? We also will find the benefit
Definitely
of that
not anymore.
But Slimy Waffles, A, takes up an off angle, and B, sets a Sonic Arrow up as well. So Dallas has to be extra careful for the recon information. That just gives, free advantage to Oyarsa.
Oyarsa going a little bit low because of the Venom Mine, but will just get healed back up. And they're trying to go into a small room, and if there's one thing you don't want to do against a Junkrat Reinhardt combo is go into a small room. So since Slimy Waffles doesn't have the Dragon Strike yet, will even get taken out by the Junkrat of King Killa. Killa under a little bit of pressure. They do find Dallas on the Widow once again. They get nothing done so far this round. And Killa is looking for the Baptiste, but will just get closed in on. And they do trade out the suicide grenades. Afterwards, will take care of the Hera Baptiste. That's about it. They're just going to push this card further and further, and they might even complete this checkpoint.
Dallas has also given up on the adventure of playing snipers. Now over to a Bastion. There's going to be a last second contest. Oh, nice Suzu.
We'll get Suzu'd away. Not on the supports, though. We'll only get the Reinhardt Suzu'd, so there is a little bit of opportunity to potentially go in on the back line, but Dalos is in the way. The Bastion is doing a lot of damage onto the front line or the back line of GFU Esports. The Immortality Field is enough to save Thorish for a little bit, but not for the entire time. Yasra has the Infrasight out. We'll find Kinkilla early, but we'll get taken out by Dalos. Dalos and the Bastion. Definitely a breath of fresh air compared to the Widowmaker.
Yeah, it was a really nice play by Dalos, actually. Multiple times using the grenade around a corner to guarantee an elimination. And GFU try and force that fight, right? But aren't quite able to do so. And interestingly enough, it's actually GFU who used more resources in that one. Barden, on the back of all those switches they were made, weren't able to kind of find anything. Here's a Riptire going the long way around, actually.
Looking for something going on the high ground. We'll look at their Sigma. We'll indeed find both Hera and Slimy Waffles. Plus, an Immortality Field once again was taken out by Dalos. No safety for GFU. Just waiting for the respawns. 3 minutes on the clock. They have some time left, but you do want to have as much time as possible before going to third.
Thorish is going to have to be quick on the draw here, right? To try and deny Underdog. The Shatter could end fights here. And keep in mind, that shield is going to have so much trouble staying up on Thorish's side because of the Bastion Dalos. So much shield break.
There's double kill once again. 2 grenades go out and find our targets. Charge onto Thorish will finish off the Sigma. Now, GFU Esports is getting to more and more of a bind on Junkertown.
So tough to break through this high ground control that Barden has, especially with the payload so far behind. Because you can't pressure the objective anymore, right? You have to win the fight first, then get to the point. And with the wealth of resources that Barden has, it's easier said than done. And I mean, now you're looking at it. Slimy Waffles perhaps attempts to use a Dragon Strike to clear the high ground, but then how do you follow up? You know, there's no Kitsune Rush perhaps, but beyond that, it's a bit of a gamble more than anything else.
A gamble it might be, but the solution GFU Esports might see here for the approach here through the small room this time around. They do have the Dragon to potentially follow up. It's not coming out just yet, but Slimy Waffles is, I'm sure, looking for it. There it is. The Dragon straight through the middle of the Reinhardt and the Bastion will be able to enter now the high ground. Does GFU Esports. They find the opening. They split apart. Martin Esports. They don't find the elimination. It's going to be Oyarsa that goes down first. Now, with the payload still firmly planted on this takeaway corner, going for trying to find Kinkilla once again. The Baptiste seems to have been the most consistent counter to it, but in the face of this Hanzo, won't find the elimination just yet. It's going to be the Bastion nade that follows up on it. Kinkilla looking for a little bit more damage. Just to find on the Sigma. Torish under so much pressure. Now gets a Bastion shooting at them in the middle of their Gravitic Flux. It's good. It does get a couple of targets, but no eliminations just yet. There's the Riptire. Goes over the top. Tries to find the Zenyatta. Doesn't get hit by anything. Goes after the Sigma. No! Doesn't find any targets. Has to keep on rolling. It was straight away into destruction. The barrier goes awful low here for Underdog. This might be the time where they break through, especially with that Death Blossom. Finds a double elimination. Yes, goes down to Dalos. So does Hera, but it might have done enough damage. This Coalescence is not going to be enough to sustain this fight. A good fade away. They do find Slimy Waffles. Maybe this is not over just yet. Maybe this checkpoint can't get capped. They do get Crying Boss. Orphan is super low, and the kick will finish it off. Nice play there from Orpheus to get that up. The checkpoint will be captured in overtime almost. 145 for third, and not a lot of time, though.
And, I mean, Barden, keep in mind that was 5 minutes that was on the clock that got withered away to about 10. So, that's a big pick. And they'll continue to get pickups here. Even though they lost that second point, Kinkilla will find one at range. And GFU Esports will have to back up here temporarily.
We always say momentum is everything on a map like Junkertown. The momentum has surely been halted ever since Checkpoint 1.
Well, we are attempting to pressure Kinkilla, but Junkrat has the corridor on lock.
And nice Gravitic Flux once again. Immediately follows it up onto Dalos. There goes Underdog. A lot of damage done. This Gravitic Flux, super valuable resource it has been. It didn't get much in the first go on that second checkpoint, but now both of those have found a ton of value. Yes, it's only 45 seconds, so they are getting closer and closer to that objective. They might even complete it, although it will likely be in overtime.
Still, being able to kind of recover a third point here, a point that's very hard to capture, I might add. Incredibly important. A nice early ant matrix, and through it, the accretion instantly wipes.
And Delos an underdog. The first one's the fall. King Killa falls after. And yeah, I said they might get it in overtime, but they just might get it straight up here. There's just 2 supports alive. Who can really stop this? There's Tracer coming in from the side of Delos. Beautiful dragon to stop this. Tracer will touch with a blink or 2. Just going to be a bit of pressure onto this Baptiste. The Riptire will find Slimy Waffles, and there's the Shatter. Can they follow up? Can they find the damage? No, they cannot find anything. There, finally, they get Orpheus and Oyarsa. The follow-up wasn't instant, but it was there eventually, and with 0.17 meters, the timing was impeccable onto Dalos, so they could eventually stop the card, but it was oh so close for Barton Esports to lose that one out.
The timing from Barton Esports to dodge the Dragon Strike was tremendous. If the Fade wasn't used quite at the moment it was, Orphan would have been eliminated on the exit of the spawn, and this fight would never have happened. Right, the Coalescence cleans up. Obviously, the contest with the healing orb, and Barton Esports a little bit of heads up play to recognize that there would be some crowd control on the doorways in the form of the Dragon Strike, and they'll get through. Still, it's not an easy map to capture. Right, we saw that on second. We saw how difficult it can be to approach. And Barton Esports, this is not a one map yet. See how well they can approach their attack half.
Barton Esports, it is time for them to show that they cannot draw every single map. This one is pretty much impossible to draw anyways. But they got to show that they are the team that can actually win this series by going up 2-0. Not an easy task, though. They have a long way to go throughout this map to get this. I mean, now we finally see the Bastion come out as well from Oyarsa. We may have been waiting for. I know I have. See if Underdog can deal with the tremendous damage dealing in their shields.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
King Killa also continues to play the Junkrat here. Ooh, already so much damage onto Thorish.
And I keep speaking of Trent, right? So much damage onto the tank straight up. At least they're able to heal her up really quickly, but it's not as easy to deal with in the midst of a fight. You're already taken off, and just spam. Whatever it turns into an actual engagement. They're looking for King Killa on that Junkrat, looking for that angle. Delos looking for the snipes on the other side. With all this poking and prodding, eventually this card's got to come to a halt and a fight's got to ensue. And there we go a little bit, but again, not a full-on engagement. Underdog still able to swing away at the enemy tank. Delos takes position forward for heads. Looks for some damage. Finds some damage on the Oyarsa.
This feels a storm is brewing, right? There's going to be an explosive setup here in a second. You can see Underdog is trying to be the one, the driving force, but instead is taken down.
Oh, nice patience from GFU Esports. They wait till they come out of the funnel, spread out, and instantly take down target after target. And now it's going to be harder and harder for GFU to well, not hit anything on this approach, because Barton has to go through a fairly long stretch of either a funnel or an open space. GFU Esports, all they have to do is point their crosshairs and click their buttons.
Underdog, by the way, switching off of the Reinhardt now onto an Orisa of their own.
Looking for some javelins. Already hit storage with one, but of course, Sigma not too faded by a little energy javelin. One could almost say they were part of inventing it, defying the laws of nature. King Killa, though, will find Slimy Waffles. That's the Hanzo out of the way, and a lot of damage missing. But there is a Bastion behind the Amplification Matrix, so they're good on damage for the minute, as Oyarsa instantly proves as well. Goes into transformation mode. This Underdog taking a very, very large amount here. All the baskets of bullets flying their way. You don't even have to be in transformation form anymore at that stage. The Underdog gets expertly healed up by their own backline, Orphan, and Crying Boss doing an absolute number on that health bar. You see Thorish not choosing the wiser option, not to keep following them. Didn't have a lot of shield left to defend against the Junkrat.
Now GFU Esports Gold. An actually pretty prime position to keep this payload held pretty far, right? I mean, you don't have a ton of tools to work with to defend against the Gravitic Flux.
Another rip tire. Will it find
Oh.
value? Once again, it gets a double kill. That's the Sigma gone as well. Just Slimy Waffles on the high ground. No, that's actually Hero on the high ground. Yeah, that's not going to be long for point A. That's going to get capped with a very strong point A hold from Barton here.
Yeah.
Sorry, from GFU.
Tragically, the Immortality Field was used for Hera only, not for the team. So it's an easy Riptire to go for, right? Helps that Dallas also took down Slimy Waffles at the start. Without the Hanzo, not a lot of damage to try and shoot at the Riptire. I wonder what the rotation is going to be from Barton. We obviously saw GFU Esports Gold take the low ground rotation on their offense.
That's Dallas at least out of it. Nice
Yeah.
placement of the Bastion ults.
But I think trying to force this point here from low ground is going to be really tough for Barton. Again, it gives free fire to Oyarsa, to Slimy Waffles. It doesn't put a ton of pressure on the tanks either.
Nice Greater Flux once again. Thor is just on point with them. Nothing to scoff at, nothing to worry about. Every time you hear the Dutchman sing, you know it's going to be a value ult.
I'm glad that Thor's didn't wait though, right?
Yeah.
Just forcing more time off the clock. They get 2 guaranteed kills, and she sets her team up for success here on the high ground now, continuing.
Yeah, and I mean, with 230, even if they cap that third point now, they're not going to have that much more time than GFU Esports had with their third push.
Exactly.
So they're doing everything they can to set themselves up for success, or at least set Barton up for failure. Delos, though, has had enough of failure. They go in with the Bastion and get a double kill. King Killa finishes off a third, and that is going to be just Thorish in the way. I don't know why that Transcends is used Lafon, but it's not going to do much except for buy like 5 extra seconds.
Perhaps they're changing. That would be the only reasonable assumption. But I don't believe that they're going to get a contest. I don't think so.
No, they're definitely not. It doesn't look like it. And even if they wanted to, Slimy Waffles has to be the opener with the Dragon Strike to get them at least an opportunity to approach the objective. It's not going to happen, though, like you said. 3 minutes on the clock, about double the time that GFU had for their attack on third. Just a little more time doesn't necessarily mean a lot more opportunity. Usually like 2 extra fights maybe they get out of that.
Yeah, GFU needs to not give up the high ground when they have control of it for no reason. So far, it's a good start. Oh, that's a little unfortunate.
It's fine. You can
Putting
climb
the
back up.
Matrix on Rotator is...
Yeah, it will come back around, but not before it's deactivated, unfortunately. That is something I'll look back on your VOD reviews and say, don't do that again. But the center of the app matrix is always a little bit to determine. Probably put it a little too far to the left. Bastion ult is out. They're trying to find the angle to throw it on the high ground, but that was also a tricky one. Dallas will indeed find one in Hera once again. Slimy Waffles also falling. There goes King Killa. But King Killa is not the only hero on the side of Barton. Yeah, they're annoying. Yeah, they play John Crep, but you need a little more. A little bit more. Barton Esports just pushing forward with this tank. A lot of healing onto the Orisa of Underdog. And the Underdog does not look much like an Underdog at this stage in the game. It's pushing forward on the Orisa. Will go ridiculously low into this side room. Has to get healed fairly quickly, but it doesn't matter because there's King Killa with another double kill on the tire. Underdog finishes up with another javelin and damage onto Oyarsa. They find the one elimination on the King Killer once again, but it looks like this payload is just going to get there. Golden Box of Victory has been reached, and a 2-0 for Barton Esports in this series, putting themselves on match point.
That is a very, very dominant final fight from Barton Esports. Felt like they were getting a little weary of this particular map, so decided to drive things up to head to push.
Yeah.
This flank here, it's tragic because the high ground control would have denied this entirely. Instead, you play inside the space of the opponent and give free shots to the Bastion in your weakest position. So a bit of an unfortunate positional error for GFU, but Barton make the most of it and move on to, as you highlighted, match point. Map selection still goes to GFU, so there's still an opportunity to go to a map that you think you're strongest on, and especially with the fact that we are going to push a map that a mode that only has 3 maps. Being able to be strong at a specific one over the other can actually be a big help.
It very much can, and we saw the chaos that ensued on Control. There is a large chance, of course, that same chaos will still be created like the likes of King Killer on the Junkrat, but maybe even Dallas the Bastion again. We will have to see. It always depends a little bit on the map choice. There are only 3 push maps, so the choice is limited, but one does lead itself a little bit more towards that spam than the other.
Yeah, I mean, I would personally probably highlight like Coliseo as being an option. Well, now we know it's 50-50. We have the ban coming in for the Esperanza. I would have personally said that Esperanza is probably better. But then the more I think about it, New Queen Street has those windows that Junkrat can really find value through. So perhaps if you are trying to avoid areas where Junkrat is strong, looking at kind of where Junkrat sets up, Coliseo may actually end up being your best pick if you are GFU. That being said, obviously this is all sort of theoretical. We'll wait for the teams to actually pick their map out.
Yeah, and I mean, so far they have been successful at taking Kingilla out a fair chunk of the time. It's not just the Kingilla show anymore, which, you know, we never really said it was, but they were getting an awful lot of tires in especially the first 2 maps.
And I mean, even on Junkertown, some key big alts picked up. We do have confirmation of what map number 4 will be. It is New Queen Street, so I mean, this is going to be a risky one. I do think that I think this is a tough one because, again, I do think there's areas where the Junkrat rather can sort of hide in sort of like little cubbies, and there's angles where the Junkrat mines can bounce off of that make them really risky. But I mean, if that's your strongest map, then yeah, definitely going for it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure. It really does. And New Queen Street, it has long sidelines, yes, of course, but there's also, because the map is so smooshed together, like you can serpentining, you also have constant, like a line through that you can just abuse the flanks for, and on the sides as well. So at some point, the long sidelines don't matter as much as they do on a map like Circuit Royale, for example. And the King Killer Junkrat should be able to make plenty of use of all those sneak routes and like the cubbies and the little crevices that they can hide in. That being said, there are also other healer. There's supports, there's tanks, there's another DPS. So it's not all about the Junkrat again, of course.
Yeah.
And we have seen a lot of good plays coming out from Dalos as well.
Yeah. The Bastion especially
really well. Bastion was really solid from them. Underdog has had a play or 2 that worked out. But yeah, in general, the supports are really good at keeping everyone alive. And I think that's also a really big deal to talk about. Like, just the way they're able to sustain, especially Underdog, so that the space is there for Kinkilla to be a to not be a distraction, but to be distracted for, is a really big deal.
All right, looking forward to what is selected here. Ooh.
Well, it is New Queen Street, it's Toronto, and we might see a Zarya come out here from Thorish.
So weird seeing my country's flag in game.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, all right. It's a little bit surprising that the trees have leaves while there's snow on the ground. That is it's a little odd.
Yeah, like I understand the want for the red maple to be featured, but indeed, because it's snowy, it's a bit odd. Maybe we'll get through. Maybe we get some change of season in future updates. We'll see. Change of weather or time of day we've seen. Now we're gonna see the time of year that might be different. That being said, teams are clashing. Torish and Underdog at the start, but we have seen the Pharah come out. We saw a small showing of it on the poll, but now we're getting it for realsies from Oyarsa and Hera. And already it's proving to be very effective.
Yeah, I would expect to see a hit scan come through, and indeed immediately Dallas goes over to it. The Pharah Mercy here.
They're going to double it.
Hit scan. Yeah.
Double up. Yeah, it's the Western duo, Ash and Cassidy.
The thing to kind of attend to here is that the Pharah Mercy has a lot of like areas they can hide, and it especially punishes the Reinhardt, because you can't just walk in for free, right? And your shield gets hammered, so Thorish can get genuine value on this particular role. Big flank coming in from the Flyers.
Yeah, they do finally get the elimination on the Pharah, which, obviously you would sort of expect with 2 hits scan that it comes through. Mercy will also fall, no rest for you, says King Killa. Now they're pushing forward. They still have grenades on the Cassidy, and they do find the elimination on a couple more. Pressure up. Lots moving. GFU Esports back to the drawing board.
And the Swift Step comes through, so Orpheus will survive. Oyarsa, by the way, getting off of the far post haste.
That is
correct
looks to be
decision, in
more
my
and
opinion.
more. Yeah, they're gonna mirror more and more. Now it's gonna actually be a brawl mirror with a lot of spam coming out from Slimy Waffles. Plus, of course, the railgun from Oyarsa now.
That's a really
They are
fast
running
Kitsune
space.
rush. They should. Well, I was gonna say they should use it, but with Orphan going down, they may not need to.
They're still gonna. They're still gonna. They want to have a quick and decisive fight so they can instantly push this bot back and get a lead. Can't blame them. Gets the second elimination to follow it up. Charge onto the Kiriko. Won't quite get the elimination, but get the follow-up. Inkilla will get Oyarsa out of the way, but now they still have their Mercy to rest that, so no issues there. Just gotta get Clive over that gray line, get themselves back in the lead, and maybe go for the checkpoint.
The trick here, if you're Barton, is to get into contest. You're not going to stop the lead from coming through, but you need to win the fight here without overcommitting resources, right? This is mostly about trying to use. I would argue just the coalescence.
Oh, good shatter comes out from Underdog. Torish will get saved by the Suzu instantly. The Underdog has done enough damage to go down. No more DPS. There goes Orpheus. And they push back Torish all the way to her own spawn together with the Mercy. Hera will be able to heal it up, keep the Reinhardt alive. There's no way they're going to stop them from getting back to their team.
Yeah, that's actually a fairly cheap fight too, right? Coalescence is an ult that builds so quickly that using it on cooldown is not a bad idea at all, and that was just a really good shatter by Underdog.
Still
now,
talking about an equal ult situation, though.
Yeah, but I mean, on the recontest, you have to give it...
Oh! Good shatter in the backline. Fights Crying Boss instantly. The Bob comes out to try and defend this with the High Noon as well. Try and find something, but the Deadeye just goes amiss. Does break the barrier, of course, of Torish, who will fall as a result. But the Overclock is ready for Oyarsa. They're going to use it to try and contest this. The checkpoint is getting closer and closer. No contest here for GFQ Esports Gold. They're going to let this go. Barton Esports takes it more convincingly this time.
And the checkpoint earned is a big deal, right? It allows you to get this animation out of the way. And with the fact that the spawns are so delayed, you actually get significant progress behind it. Playing into Kitsune Rush would not be a bad idea here from Barton, actually, just to keep pressing their advantage.
Both teams have it ready. A lot of pressure and damage coming out from Oyarsa. Really waiting for the overclock to come through. This would be a moment to start using it. They get an elimination again before even can anything help. It can really happen. Both Kitsune Rushes are used. Another shatter comes through here for Underdog. Remotely get a lot of value out of that one. Slimy Waffles with 3 headshots in a row. They're on a tear. They can get the 4th. There was no 5th to eliminate. But that's as close to an ace as we might see this game.
That was a spectacular sequence of events from Slimy Waffles. I mean, that's just good old-fashioned aim. And, I mean, I'll see you in the highlight feed after that one. No doubt about it. GFU Esports Gold gonna take that.
Just play the game. Like, no one can top that, right?
No.
Maybe a triple environmental kill off the back. It is possible here on this map, but it's not looking likely with where these teams are fighting. Coalescence comes through from Orphan once again, trying to put a lot of pressure here. We'll actually get the follow-up onto Thorish and Orpheus. Double elimination comes out. Slimy Waffle, you might just have gotten a quadra kill, but it's not going to be even a single this fight.
That's a nice pickup by Barton, by the way. Just using the Coalescence and Shatter, and then Underdog. Look how much damage they were able to do, recovering their resource meter. And they're going to get the forward checkpoint here. They deny GFU Esports their forward spawn, as GFU now makes a switch over to a Diva. So it feels... I mean, you need to start getting some of these... You need to start using this overclock.
It's been online for too long. You just need to press the button. There we go. Oyarsa has recognized it. It's not even us telling them. That's not a problem. Gets one onto Dallas, and that's where the strike ends. Gets a nade and a fire strike in their face. We'll get res back up so they can still continue fighting, but an overclock is gone.
These are just... This just cause more resources to be spent for GFU Esports Gold.
Yeah,
it's a nice pickup onto Underdog. Yeah, you're just going to slow down a little bit here. I think you get King Kill. Oh, you don't get King Kill. You walks over the health pack in time. And so might actually just get back to their team. That's allowing Barton to get out with their life would be of tragic, a tragedy. So the fact they get Dallas means that they can contest this objective up a player with the far spawn coming in for the Bastion.
Underdog looking for another shatter. They're close to it. The Bastion comes out.
So, very passive look from GFU Esports, not pressing their advantage at all.
I mean, the Bastion ult came out. They did want to use that space for a little bit, so Dallas couldn't just overwhelm them. Now the Shatter once again onto the D.Va. We'll get the charge up as well, but not much else. So now the complete opening is there for GFU to get the rest of the team without the Reinhardt in the way. There they go. Delos. King Killa goes down. The rest comes back onto Oriarsa. And it's just a Reinhardt in the way. There's a Kiriko, but what's Crying Boss going to do? They're just going to try and wall climb and maybe swift step away. No one else to help them.
Checkpoint earned at that. And GFU Esports, actually a very smart fight from them. They basically wait out every ultimate that Barton brought. And now, I mean, Barton are on the back foot, close to the lead, quickly evaporating here.
Kitsune rush now out for Crying Boss, the Dragon, and the Self-Destruct to deny any space they want to take from it. They get a triple kill out of that, plus the headshot onto Dalos. Yes, they lose Slimy Waffles once again. The res is there. One pick gets denied. 5th kill comes in, and they just keep on walking. The lead has been taken by GFU Esports Gold. They want to take this to a map 5 and maybe even a map 6.
And the timer is no longer on the side of Barton, right? They wasted so much time just trying to push the payload on or the bot forward on their side of things. They weren't able to make genuine progress, and now, I mean, 2 minutes left. It's looking real awkward. It's a good clean fight win here from Barton, though.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really need a lot to win that one. They just push back, but they are now still 20 meters behind. Not a colossal distance, especially with a minute and a half still on the clock. They do need to not let this bot push back to their unfavorable spawns.
That's a big overclock. No, Yarsa's on the flank. They'll find one.
They get a little bit more. They don't necessarily get the lead this time, so there's a lot more space they buy just by everyone having to hide away from the evil mean Sojourn with the big railgun. Gets pocketed as well by the Mercy Heart to be able to be eliminated by the Mei on her own. There's a little bit of help from the Moira of Orphan. You see Dalos finally get eliminated. Orphan looking for a little bit of follow-up still, but now it's a lonely Moira trying to fight against a pocketed Sojourn. That's not going to go well. Bots, meanwhile, is just being pushed back. Actually, it's not. It's still on the side of GFU Esports. I think they finally realized and said, you know what, let's push it back so we actually get something out of this. And try and get their forward spawns reactivated. It does look like Barton Esports is going to instantly re-engage here under the Metro.
Bit of a devolved fight. King Killer caught out at an island.
Beautiful Blizzard. Gets at least Slimy out of the way. Self-destruct does come through, but Thorish gets spotted out. King Killa back on the signature Junkrat. They said it's over and done. I tried a couple of other heroes, but this is the bread and butter. This is what we won the entire series with so far. Why change what's been working? And right they are. It's instantly getting value.
It's actually really rough that this is getting so staggered out, though, for GFU Esports Gold, because this is last fight, and the bot is not... The golden bar of victory is very, very swift. GFU is not going to get a full contest here, I don't think.
Oh, they definitely won't if someone gets picked off with this Riptire. Otherwise, they might have. Going straight for the Hanzo in the backline, going for the Pharah, but they should have gone for the Hanzo. They could have just gone away with Slimy Waffles, but they were greedy. King Killa might have just thrown away an instant victory chance there. Great protection, Suzu, from Orpheus. They're still in this fight. Slimy Waffles will finally go down to Dalos. There goes Orpheus. It almost went south for Barton, but it looks like they're going to be able to close out this map. Kill after kill comes through. They're going to go to this golden line of victory, and there they are. 1 meter, and there it is. Barton Esports puts on a 3-0, but that was almost a good one for GFU Esports. They were so close to winning.
Actually, unbelievable stuff here from Barton at
there we
the
go.
end.
Let's see
this
the
is going to be
score
that
kill
sick
again.
highlight, though.
It has to be. I get the first one here. You wonder, okay, that first one is understandable. They walk into the crosshair, goes for the second one, and the third one through their own Reinhardt. There's the finish onto Underdog. A hard to miss target, but still good to clean up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Slimy Waffles. Definitely a highlight player on GFU Esports. But it was a fun team to watch all around.
Yeah, and actually a close game. I would look at that 3-0 score line and be like, that's not a 3-0, mostly because
Nah.
of map 4. But even beyond that, that was a very close game, right there, right there on New Queen Street, obviously. And then control was 2-1, and it was 100-0 to open things up. It's not like Barton, absolutely walked over their opponent. So overall, two teams that pleasantly surprised by the level of consistency across the series. It's a lot of times we have teams, this goes for all levels of play, where they'll have fantastic moments map by map, and they'll win maps, they'll win series, but sometimes they'll let things slip and just look a little awkward. But I think overall, both teams here had consistent highlights throughout the series. And I mean, a lot of credit to Barton for winning, a deserved win, and yet a big round of applause to GFU for what they were able to accomplish.
Yeah, making it so close. I mean, almost winning that control map, almost winning the push map, getting very close. I mean, putting a draw on Kings Row.
Yeah.
Junkertown was a little less convincing, but they still almost completed the map there, so they did a great job. And I mean, they're still not down and out. They can still easily make the playoffs. Barton has pretty much secured their spot in the playoffs at this stage.
Yeah.
Because they have pretty much a flawless record at this. When it comes to that, they lost like one map overall. So yeah, Barton will definitely see in the postseason GFU Esports Gold. If they keep developing like this, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them poke their head into the playoff bracket as well.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, what more is there to add, right? I think the only thing to kind of, if we're even critiquing anything whatsoever, is that perhaps flexibility was a bit of a question, and then they answered us that later in the map anyway. So beyond that, I think it's just unabashed praise across the board, and huge credit to Barton for taking the 3-0 victory.
Yeah, great job for Barton. Great job for GFU Esports Gold. And of course, after 3 series, we are going to call it a night here at NECC Esports. Thank you all so much for watching. Make sure to tune in for all the other games the NECC broadcasts, but of course also come back for Overwatch next week, every Thursday. Thank you so much for watching, and good night.